We on that grind, true crime tales, we follow the signs. Chat rats rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud, we the chat rats. Let the story unfold, from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Murder boards and old police logs. Late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff, puff, pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the chat rats. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats. Solving mysteries, we the chat rats. Puff pass.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. Calypso finally found us. That's good. What y'all been doing? Long time no see. Been like 2 days. Yeah, been like 2 days. What's up, MJ? Angel? Dean? Hiding under a new name. What's up, Dean? You gonna get the link or not? What's the word? Thank you, Angel. Haha. Yeah, it's definitely Dean. I know how to tell. You watch the way he squirms around, tell it's him. But got a lot of juror interviews out. Oh God, I hate to do this. I don't know how you get the link, but you know how. Thank you, Mary B. We're just doing a boring birthday, sitting around the house doing nothing, getting old. Plus, the wrecked kid's car never got replaced, so she would have got one in our car. We couldn't go nowhere if we wanted to. But got a bunch of stuff to watch. I do see Blair set up a stream for 7, so somebody always raining on our parades. But not very big parades, so we'll either go there together or we'll just roll on and go there later. Either way is fine with me. But let's watch something. I'm gonna watch this again. And again.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the papers?
Thank you, Clips.
Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts have been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No, do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
Yes, it does. That's highly emotional stuff right there. Highly emotional. Yep. Exactly. So here's a little 2-minute interview. He's talking about what the jurors said about changing their verdict.
Ben, good evening. Unlike the first 2 jurors that we've heard from who rendered their verdict of not guilty for Karen Read, this one, juror number 12, says during those 20 hours of deliberations, she changed her mind.
I felt like if they didn't pick me, they'd be fools because I didn't know anything about this case.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says before this second trial of Karen Read, one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she says other than that, she'd never heard of it. When she was picked to be juror number 12, she suddenly had a front row seat.
I couldn't help but see her because I was right. I mean, I think I had the best view in the house. She was right there. The defense was right there.
Did you form any impressions of her?
No, like I said, I knew nothing about her.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was open to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
Jimenez says there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying she believes someone else killed John O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up.
I'm not there to say the defense's story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. So I think there was things that we saw, that things that we heard, the evidence that could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing.
Jimenez says there is one part of the defense story that she did not buy, what that was and what she thought about the crowds outside, coming up tonight at 6. Live in Medfield, David Beanick, WCVB News Center 5.
So tell me about your feeling when you found out that you were going to be.
No, this was a pretty good one right here. I think we may have watched some of this, or I watched it. I can't remember. But we're going to watch it now.
Know about the Karen Read case before you started hearing evidence?
I know she had a billboard on Route 1. Every time I go grocery shop, I see FRead Karen Read. That's all I knew about her and her name. I also saw some lounge that has signs FRead Karen Read. but didn't strike me to go search and understand what it was. So I had no clue what crime or what she did, who she was, who John was, nothing.
Who do you think did a good job on the defense side and for making the case, and who do you think didn't help or made it worse?
Dr. La Posada, for me, was very good, and the ARCA witness. I now know that they didn't want us to hear the ARCA professionals. They made it just clear and easy for a regular person like me to understand what really happened with data, with the videos, with the dummy, what the weight of the dummy. That discussion was so unnecessary.
How was your reaction to hearing the text messages former Trooper Proctor sent to his friends?
There was some wording that made me feel disgusted and upset. It's not that you didn't have the same reaction if it was him reading. It's like just like Karen Read and Brian Higgins text message. If it was him reading or her, it's not about who is reading, it's about the content. Okay, at that point when that friend came and read all the text messages, we already knew that Michael Proctor was a police officer who was fired, who was being accused of corruption or framed Karen Read, whatever. So we already expect that something bad would come from this guy. So that's why I think you didn't see a shocking expression on our faces.
Talk to me about the reaction when the verdict was read and the crowd outside screamed and cheered.
To be honest with you, I don't remember what happened in that courtroom that day, that moment, because once I heard the people outside, I just closed my eyes and I started crying, and I left the courtroom without looking to anyone. I did not expect to hear it because through the whole trial, we didn't hear anything on a jury room. We did not saw many people outside because we come from the back of the courthouse. So we would see someone walk with a pink shirt here and there, but that was it. Never.
What's up, Clark? Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Hear chanting or comments or laughing or yelling or booing, nothing. And it's particular to me when I heard that people screaming out of happiness. At the same time, I was seeing John O'Keefe's family crying out of sadness, and that broke my heart. So that moment, I kind of understood how big this case was and how we're making someone happy, and we're making a lot of other people sad too. So I don't remember what happened in courtroom at that moment. I just closed my eyes and cried.
Sue is back with us tonight, along with defense attorney Morgietta Dourcier. Sue, what stood out to you the most about what Paula had to say?
How focused she said she and all the jurors were on the O'Keefe family, and how they really felt very early into deliberation. She says that there was just not enough evidence to support the Commonwealth's claims that Karen Read hit John O'Keefe and caused his death, and how the weight of how that was going to impact the O'Keefes, really like staring at them for 40 days while they were thinking about adjudicating this. It really, really stayed with her. And I think that her heartfelt expression, she was very careful, Paula was, not to speak for the other jurors, but she did say she felt this collective grief around having to deliver this verdict, which they believe was right and just, and also having to harm the O'Keefes.
So I was struck by her comment.
Her comment. All right, let's see what this one be saying.
Floating. That's what Karen Read's mom said a short time ago.
Oh, yeah,
Read's
that's
parents
good. Mom
gave
and
25
Dad.
investigators reported Ted Daniel their first sit-down interview since Read was acquitted of her most serious charges. And Ted joins us now in studio. Ted, you traveled south to speak to the Reads.
Yeah, Mark, we spoke to Bill and Janet Read at their home in Dighton, where Karen has also been living. They just returned from Boston Seaport, where they spent the night with their daughter and her team celebrating until 2 a.m.
Alan Jackson came up to me moments before that jury came in, and he squeezed my back and he said, looked at my wife and I said, he said, guys, we got this.
Bill and Janet Read, 24 hours after the verdict heard across the country.
I knew then I only had to hear one not guilty, and I knew it was going to be okay. And I grabbed Bill and Nathan. They were sitting on the side of me just to hold them, and their arms were both shaking.
Bill Read says the cheers outside the courthouse did not go unnoticed.
When they erupted, it made me proud to be an American. You know, that people were behind us. And when it erupted and filtered through that courtroom,
Janet Reed tells me she hopes her daughter is able to get time away from Massachusetts. She says the 1-year probation she received for her drunk driving conviction does not prevent her from leaving the state.
I mean, it has to be the most expensive DUI conviction in the history of prosecutions, right?
I can't think of one that's even close.
Defense attorney and law tuber Peter Tragos says the O'Keefe family can still pursue their wrongful death lawsuit against Read in civil court. He believes the civil case would be stronger had Read been convicted of murder.
If they would have got this conviction, it's a slam dunk case, and they're just trying to prove how much. What is it worth? What is John O'Keefe's life worth? They would have just been arguing about damages if this would have been a guilty verdict.
The O'Keefe family has a much different view of what happened. They believe Karen Read got away with murder. Read herself with her family members and the legal team in Boston still when we spoke with her parents. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Ted. Got another one? Oopsie. Sorry. Wrong button. This is Bill and Nathan.
A little bit of time to maybe have some celebrations yesterday. How are we feeling right now?
Go ahead.
Relieved. First and foremost, proud. Karen, proud of this legal team, proud of my parents. That.
Still numb. You know, you after living 3.5 years of this nightmare, this terror, this fright, up against this power of the state and its unlimited resources to come after you. It's a nightmare. It's been hell, as I've said on many, many occasions. And right now, to have it over, it seems surreal. We were up till 2:30, 3 o'clock at the seaport.
What's up, Sassy? Thank you. Sassy's in the house. What do you mean, another video? I got another video.
Tired, we're numb, but we're so grateful. We're so blessed to Almighty God that, you know, we have this outcome. Yeah.
When you're sitting in or standing maybe in the courtroom, waiting for that outcome, what's going through your mind? Can you kind of walk me through your internal thoughts there?
Well, it's very, you know, it's something I would not wish on anyone who has a loved one, whether it be a significant other or a child. And the child can be 45, as in Karen's case, or it can be 15 or whatever it may be. I mean, so many days. You think of the first trial went on for multiple months. There have been multiple hearings. And now the second trial, multiple months, multiple witnesses over the course of the last 2+ years. And you see these court officers, and they're very professional, very kind, very accommodating. Good morning, have a nice weekend, so on and so forth. But in that moment when it's announced the jury has a verdict, you'll see 2 or 3 of those officers come behind your daughter and stand there. And their position is to be sure that if a guilty is announced and it carries with it a likely imprisonment, that they're going to immediately cuff her. And that idea of embracing her or holding her and being able to kiss her and walk out with her is gone. That is unnerving. And I've always felt that. And that's why we marshaled every resource we could, drained every account we could, galvanized every effort among women who really started a lot of this, because many of them have felt objectified, dehumanized, victimized, not respected, and have identified with Karen that grace, that fight, that resolve to not give up. And I tell you, if it had not been for them, they're in the thousands. And I've met many, I won't say I've met thousands, but I've met several hundred women at standouts outside of court. And I'll say to them, thank you so much. And I'll hear things, I wish I would have had a father like you, and I'll say them. I'm sure you did. And they'll say, no, you didn't. I say, well, with all respect, the fact that you're here, there has to be some DNA imparted on you.
Yeah, Calypso, you definitely got a rat in there somewhere. I don't know if you've seen the thing in Discord or whatever. But I finally got the revised version as the intro now. So, however you need to find it, we'll find it for you. Some pretty good rat pictures.
That came from him. So be proud of, your dad. And I mean that, So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but we're grateful. Everything comes to an end, and this nightmare is over, and so gratified and so fortunate we had this great team of lawyers. I mean, as you saw them, they're just
Lisa Eyeball,
so passionate, so smart, so dedicated. And
what's up, Lisa? Lisa, I don't know. Did you ever get in the Discord? Because I know she made you you got a little rat avatar, Lisa Eyeball. You may have to rewind the video and screenshot it or something, but you got one. Glad you came to hang out.
they have so much fight, so much resolve. We're very, very fortunate. And when you think of the Sandra Birchmore case that happened in Norfolk County, investigated by some of the same who were part of the Karen Read case. And I'm not going to, deceive myself into thinking Karen Read and Sandra Birchmore are two outliers on a data point curve, that there are not others who have been victimized, but maybe haven't been as lucky and as blessed as we have to have this movement and to have these attorneys so smart, so dedicated to fight for Karen's freedom. And
Karen's right there with them. She really is. She's so strong, and in many ways, she's a leader of this movement as well. They see a bit of themselves in Karen, whether it be just their gender or what she's gone through. But the lawyers have talked about it, whether it be Alan, David, Bob, Liza, all of them have talked about how Karen is really an integral part of this defense team. And she was from the very beginning.
Have you talked to Karen today?
Oh, sure.
We were with her this morning, with her last night in the seaport.
Right.
And we talked to her a couple of times today.
How's she feeling?
Related. She's just waking up today from a nightmare. She was telling us when she went back after court yesterday and after the verdicts in her free.
I think that it's in the intro now, Lisa. So you may have to rewind it and go through the video and just screenshot your picture. I think you can do it that way.
Freedom, and she went back to her hotel room where the entire defense team was staying and looked at her various attire, her suits that she wears, and she said, okay, the immediate thought was, what am I going to wear tomorrow? And it just hit her. Oh, there is no more tomorrow. So, just so happy.
Yeah, Lisa, you can just click that link, join the Discord, and hang out with us. It's wild up in there.
For her, and so proud of her. And we're blessed. We're blessed that the good Lord has seen this to a justifiable end, for sure.
Nathan, I asked you this question earlier too. What's next for Karen? Maybe a book in the works, or what are we thinking here?
I don't know what she's going to do. I think a book is a possibility, about these experiences, her life, her story.
Plenty to write about.
Yeah, and even before this, what she's done for a living and her health issues that she's had, those challenges make for quite a story. And then you add in, obviously, these legal issues and the family and everything. I think there's a book there somewhere down the road.
Do you think she'll stay in the area?
I don't know. That's up to her. We'd love her, whatever she wants to do.
Yeah.
Whatever she wants to do. She wants to go to California, Florida, stay in New England, circle.
Go to Australia.
Travel, do something.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I noticed, Bill, and really as I walked up here, it's all about getting back to normal. You guys are doing the yard work. You're working around the house. Is this the first time you've really been able to do these things?
Well, it's the first time this week, and it's the first time in three and a half years, whether it be plowing this driveway or whether it be doing lawn work last year or spreading mulch. It's the first time I've done anything leisurely in 3.5 years where I haven't had in the recesses of my mind that threat that I could lose Karen. And that's very comforting. That's the power of Almighty God.
We talked about it just an hour or two ago. The difference feels like you can actually put your phone down today and not worry, is there, a concerning call or text coming through. And today feels, I don't want to speak for my father, but it feels like there's that relief thereof. It's okay. If I miss the call, everything's probably okay.
Yeah.
Lisa, we had to do away with the wrenches, So there's only so many of them that just happen to be here. But I wish I could give everybody their wrench back. But it may have been a mod or something that did something to get us kicked off. So I don't know. You are worthy. We can. I wish I could make everybody a mod again. So much easier.
No parent, no loved one should experience what I've experienced, and my wife and my son here just should not. The justice system should be in place that at various levels there are gatekeepers who evaluate the evidence, who evaluate the strength or weaknesses of the case, and make an astute, informed, and proper decision. And when you think of what's happened in this case, the Department of Justice, federal government was involved, and provided 3,000 plus pages. Also the ARCA, the scientists from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia area, who concluded based on their independent study that the injuries to John O'Keefe were not the result of being struck by that vehicle, nor was the damage to the vehicle the result of striking a 6'1", 216-pound individual. And then it was the Department of Justice that also provided you with the infamous proc.
What up, sister?
Happy birthday, brother.
What's up? Thank you.
How's your big day?
Oh, it's been a huge day.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Aw, relaxing, right?
Hadn't done nothing. I ain't gonna do nothing.
Nice. That's the way. Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, I guess if I wanted to do something, we would, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you're doing it, right?
yeah, I'm doing it.
You're being
Hanging
a
out with
rat
you
daddy.
guys.
Rat daddy, big rat daddy birthday party.
Yeah, it's the birthday party.
That's right.
So you guys just got home from work or something?
Yeah, I worked 3 whole jobs today. Oh my God. It's a lot. And now I have 3 whole days off. So, woohoo! Yeah, I just had to wash off the botanicals. You know the drill.
Yep, making that money though.
That's it. More money, more money. Cha-ching. Pay them bills.
One day we'll figure out a way to make money and not go to work.
That's right. We're working on it.
Yeah.
If anyone can come up with something, it's us, right? Us rats.
Oh yeah, there's
We'll
no
figure
doubt.
it out. We'll get it
A bunch
done.
of poor people can definitely figure out how to get rich.
That's right. Like it ain't been done, brother.
Yeah, like we ain't been trying.
Exactly.
Like, no, I don't want to get rich yet. I'm waiting on my friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're here, so we're working on it.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you. On behalf of all the rats, all my rat brothers and sisters, we love our rat daddy. Happy birthday, rat daddy.
Appreciate you.
My brother. Appreciate
Yeah.
you. Happy that, and this is so cool that it's on a Saturday and we can celebrate together. Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Watch some videos and hang out.
that's it. Let's fucking go.
But I didn't know that glare was going on, or I'd have went on earlier. But
Yeah. Well,
just trying to give everybody time to get home.
yeah. Listen, you can't, you got to do your thing. You can't, you can't do, you can't run a channel according to everybody else's schedule. You can only do so much.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'd probably watch it too, though. You know what I mean?
yeah, well, I mean, depending on how long you want to stay on, we could probably
How hard is it for them to just all run their times by me?
catch the tail end of it. Oh, let's ask them. Let's
So
ask.
I can figure out the sweet spot.
That's the new super chat. That's what we do to get thrown out. Why can't you go according to the Rat House Media schedule? Danny Thomas,
Yeah.
Turtle Boy, Glarer, Melanie Little.
Just run it by us. Don't.
Right.
No big
We're
deal.
just wondering. By the way, could you possibly coordinate with us? So.
Thought I had queued up the couple of different things.
So I haven't seen this. I haven't. So, okay. So, I went to Dedham, right? So that was my 4th Tuesday at the courthouse. I met my girl, Mary B, and her friends. I don't want to mention just in case she doesn't want me to mention their names, but they were super cool. We saw like everyone. Of course, I miss TB. Every time I go, he's gone, like he was there and he left. And then I thought he was coming across the street. I saw him coming. I was like, oh, yes, all right. And he went to the parking lot instead, but I thought he was like hanging around. So I thought he would come. We were right across the street from the courthouse, but then the other direction is the big parking lot in the back. And so that sucked. But we saw him. Did Mary tell you that we saw him when we went to pick up our subs?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't mention it.
Yeah. So we were starving, and then we ordered food from the Dedham Pizza House, and
D&E?
no,
Just kidding.
no, but we were there. Like we passed by a few times, and I saw. Did I tell you I saw Chris Albert? He was there with a bunch of losers, and he was like leaning over the counter in just the way that you would think Chris Albert would be leaning over the counter, like he didn't give a fuck. And I was like, ugh. And then as I was driving, because Mary and then we met Sweet Woman the first time we went to the waterfall, and then we went to McCarthy's. And then each time when I was going back to, on my way home, I saw, and I forgot to mention to her, I think I mentioned one time, I was like, as I'm leaving, I saw Nick Maranthus, right? That's Jill Daniels' boyfriend. He has a carpet company, or some kind of. And I was like, but you're seeing all these things, and it's like you're driving through a movie set. It's crazy. Like, it's so weird. So on Tuesday, that was my 4th Tuesday, and I actually was hoping that I wasn't going to have to go. Not that I had to. I didn't have to. I wanted to. But I thought for sure on Monday that a verdict would come in. And then Mary probably told you. We were there. The lawyers were called back. David Giannetti, in his most adorable way, looked across the street at all of us and gave us this, just this glowing, knowing smile. And we were like, oh shit, we have a verdict. And then we got the pins and needles, it was wild. And then like 10 minutes later, they're like, no verdict. They're going home. They sent the jury home. And it was like a Metallica concert. It's like the second encore. And it's like, whew, everyone was in the parking lot. Like, you blinked and half the people were out of there, because it was raining. And I guess they were just like, oh, fuck this, I'm out. But, excuse me, but we waited. We waited until they all came out, and we held up, the sign for Karen and her team. And then the next day, I had to work all fucking day. So I missed everything. And then I checked in between. So I did my one job, and then I checked, and I was like, I started to tear up, but I had to keep my shit together. And there's this lady, the only person that I have told about the case that I went to the courthouse is this really nice lady at one of the spas that I work at. And I said, oh, I went yesterday. I said, they freed Karen. Karen's free. And she like barely even knows about it. She just knows from me saying, oh, I'm going to Massachusetts, on my day off. So she was like, yay. And then I had to go to the other job. So I was like working, I think, until like 10:30 that night. So I didn't catch anything. I missed our stream, your stream. And then Turtle Boy didn't go live on Tuesday night. It was the next night I caught the end of Turtle Boy. So, but yeah. So I haven't seen any of y'all. So, woohoo! Yay! So
You haven't seen this interview either?
I have. So to answer your original question, no. The only interview that I have seen, I saw part of the David Giannetti, Bobby interview last night. I didn't catch the tail end. And then, so did you watch the whole thing?
Yep.
Oh, Cheryl, I love you. That's my friends. You're the cutest. And then what else? Oh, Alan Jackson. Did you hear him on Howie Carr?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's a good one to play also. But yeah, no, I haven't seen this Bill Reed. But your pause game is on. Look at that. Look at that, like, badass.
I'm gonna look up this other one.
He's something else. Oh, they're so adorable too. The Reeds. Oh, I miss you, Laleen. Been missing you, Angel. I love all of you. Oh, Mary, yes. It is. It's a beautiful bromance. I love it. Did you see the baby Yannetti and Bobby on Ronco? I posted it.
Yeah, somebody posted it. I'm gonna play it.
Oh my
I haven't
God.
played it yet though.
It's it is so adorable, but I have to ask the chat and you, brother. Oh, you haven't seen it. So there is just something about baby Yannetti that's just like, he's like cherubic. He's the cutest baby. I'm sorry. He wins the baby game, the baby AI game. He's so cute.
Where was it?
Hi, Calypso. Where was what? Howie Carr?
No, I got the Howie Carr. The baby, Runkle.
Oh, it's in the. I posted it. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. I posted it in the Discord last night on X. Hang on.
Oh, Angel Baby's got one.
I
There we
got
go. Or Dever. It's Dever on there.
I haven't seen that one, but I'd like to. I can't stand it. Oh, there he is. Look at, he's so adorable. That's it. That's the one.
And don't call her Deaver.
Look at that face.
That's a good ball game. Ball's game's on today.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
She might appear as a
Oh my
fourth
God,
cube
look at
if
the
you do that, Ian.
Like, you can't remember my name. I don't remember. My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I have to lie, I lose my job. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie.
She is burning her like the witch she is.
Here's the Alan Jackson interview.
Today, we have a very special video for all the country music fans out there.
What?
Legendary country superstar Alan Jackson just sat down for.
Wrong one.
Oh no, wrong one, wrong Alan. It was recent.
Did you watch this yet?
Obviously.
Deliberating jurors remain standing.
Have you watched this yet, Jenny?
I don't think so.
Remain standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts just been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 22-17001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? Or say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or
That was
guilty
a big
of
one.
that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
God, that was so
awesome.
Can't beat that, can you?
Oh my God. That was everything. That was everything. Yeah, because it was delayed. So I've heard, I haven't seen it like this straight away. I've seen little clips, but I haven't seen it straight through. So thank you. Oh no, this is awesome. And I missed this. Oh God, I was like waiting for this. And I was just like catching snippets because I had to run. Oh, this is so awesome.
Here, you want to really get in your feels, watch the rest of it.
Court records that you, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
Look at Bobby. Proud man. Yes, Mary, the delay was perfect. That was just like, bleeding.
I don't know how you can stand up after that.
Oh God, I don't know how she stood up this whole time.
Yeah, you know you can't feel your legs right there.
Nope.
Because you could have just as easily been going to jail.
Right. Right.
Yeah, if you hadn't seen this, the rest of it's
Meeting,
good.
please exit the courtroom immediately.
That's it. Right.
Karen Read.
Not
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold
not yet.
on, everyone.
The
Karen
female
Reed.
court officer.
Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by staff.
In
Which
case
one?
she was I heard some coverage, bits and pieces here and there, that the female bailiffs were behind her, the court officers, in case they were just going to take her.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, they were standing there
what a
right
pain
at a screen.
right? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
Look at Teebs. He was a blubbering mess.
The last sidebar.
Last sidebar. Good grief. Like, as parents, right? Like, I don't even want to think about it. I can't even.
Lauleen, those links want me to download Howie Carr's show.
Lauleen.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend a probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
All rise.
Goodbye.
That's the good parts.
That's the best. So are you surprised with the what Hanky recommended for the OUI, the year of probation?
Yeah, but no, because that's the standard.
That's
for
a standard, right? That's a
So,
standard, but nothing about this case is standard. This is
Yeah, no,
bizarre.
they just had to choke it down and give it to her.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to, but I'm glad that they did, right? I mean, just like they didn't have to do all of the fucked up things that they had done. She didn't have to object to every single thing, sustain Hank's objections. What did Jackson was saying? AJ was saying that 100% of his objections. I think that's what he was saying. Chat, help me out. In his interview with Howie Carr, but Melanie Little just played it a little while ago. If you wanna, I don't know if you wanna go.
No, I'll probably not go to hers. I'm looking on his X right now. I don't see it. Why? I don't know. Sorry. Still look.
No,
But
it's yeah.
You haven't seen this
No, I haven't.
interview with Bill
Oh
and Nathan.
goodness, it's so cute. Look at them; they're matching.
Maybe have some
Probably the
celebrations.
first day in 3 years that they've had any kind of relief,
Right.
where they're just
It's
don't have that
yeah,
nervous
not
feeling.
used to seeing a relaxed Bill and Nathan Reed.
Yeah, they probably are nervous because they're not nervous and they're used to being nervous for so long.
Right. Yeah, it's probably going to take some time for their nervous systems to calm. Yeah, this is so traumatic.
Yeah.
Yesterday. How are we feeling right now?
Go ahead.
Relieved. First and foremost, proud. Karen, proud of this legal team, proud of my parents. That
Still numb. You know, you after living 3.5 years of this nightmare, this terror, this fright, up against this power of the state and its unlimited resources to come after you. It's a nightmare. It's been hell, as I've said on many, many occasions. And right now, to have it over, it seems surreal. We were up till 2:30, 3 o'clock at the seaport. We're tired, we're numb, but we're so grateful. We're so blessed to Almighty God that, we have this outcome. Yeah.
And you're sitting in or standing maybe in the courtroom, waiting for that outcome. What's going through your mind? Can you kind of walk me through your internal thoughts there?
Well, it's very, it's something I would not wish on anyone who has a loved one, whether it be a significant other or a child. And the child can be 45, as in Karen's case, or it can be 15 or whatever it may be. I mean, so many days. You think of the first trial went on for multiple months. There have been multiple hearings. And now the second trial, multiple months, multiple witnesses over the course of the last 2+ years. And you see these court officers, and they're very professional, very kind, very accommodating. Good morning, have a nice weekend, so on and so forth. But in that moment when it's announced the jury has a verdict, you'll see 2 or 3 of those officers come behind your daughter and stand there. And their position is to be sure that if a guilty is announced and it carries with it a likely, imprisonment, that they're going to immediately cuff her. And that idea of embracing her or holding her and being able to kiss her and
Walk out with her.
Is gone.
Right.
That is unnerving. And I've always felt that. And that's why we marshaled every resource we could, drained every account we could, galvanized every effort among women who really started a lot of this, because many of them have felt objectified, dehumanized, victimized, not respected, and have identified with Karen that grace, that fight, that resolve to not give up. And I tell you, if it had not been for them, they're in the thousands, and I've met many, I won't say I've met thousands, but I've met several hundred women at standouts outside of court, and I'll say to them, thank you so much. And I'll hear things, I wish I would have had a father like you, and I'll say to them, I'm sure you did. And they'll say, no, you didn't. I said, well, with all respect, the fact that you're here, there has to be some DNA imparted on you that came from him. So be proud of, your dad. And I mean that, So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but we're grateful. Everything comes to an end, and this nightmare is over, and so gratified and so fortunate we had this great team of lawyers. I mean, as you saw them, they're just so passionate, so smart, so dedicated, and have so much fight, so much resolve. We're very, very fortunate. And when you think of the Sandra Birchmore case that happened in Norfolk County, investigated by some of the same who were part of the Karen Read case. And I'm not going to, deceive myself into thinking Karen Read and Sandra Birchmore are 2 outliers on a data point curve, that there are not others who have been victimized, but maybe haven't been as lucky and as blessed as we have to have this movement and to have these attorneys so smart, so dedicated to fight for Karen's freedom. And
Karen's right there with them. She really is. She's so strong, and in many ways, she's a leader of this movement as well. They see a bit of themselves in Karen, whether it be just their gender or what she's gone through. But the lawyer.
Janine, how good do you think she slept last night? Not the night of, because she probably didn't sleep, but last night, finally being able just to go to sleep.
Right. Her nervous system, right? There's a crash coming, I would imagine, right? And then it's just hit by bricks. So she slept like a brick. That's at least what I'm hoping, right?
For 18 hours.
Right. Karen slept for 2 days. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I hope, because the body. Have you ever heard of the book The Body Keeps Score? It's big in body work, and in I work in a psychiatric facility, so my clients are always talking about that book. And
You work there, or your own work release from there?
my own. I work with the clients that are residents there, so we discuss that sometimes. The body keeps score. It remembers the traumas that you endure, whether it's traumas that have been that you had suffered in childhood, throughout your life, like what Karen has gone through since that night. It's been a roller coaster ride, and she's probably been on adrenaline. So, I mean, I had a similar situation when my husband was sick, and Not comparing the two. I'm just saying, oftentimes when I speak to people that have been through something so unbelievably traumatic and gut wrenching that you are in survival mode. And my interpretation of it is, and I think most of ours, is that Karen has been in survival mode. Her parents, her family, Turtle Boy, the same. And, you're living on adrenaline. But once that, once you're out of the tornado, there's a crash that comes sometimes. I don't know if it happens to everyone. It certainly happened to me. But I hope that during that time, if it should come for her, that she's able to. And I'm optimistic because she has a beautiful family and an amazing support system, people that really love her and that are there for her. And I'm just hoping that she will take the time to, to do all those things, to heal, to recover, to sleep, rest.
I wonder what the status of her attorney bill is.
In terms of?
Is it paid? Is it not paid?
Oh, I have to imagine that this is ongoing, right? So she has, there's a lot that has been raised, a lot of the fundraisers, there's been a lot of money raised, but I don't know if any of them have been paid from that or if all of that, those
Well,
funds.
I'm pretty sure the pay it forward thing goes straight to Alan Jackson.
Well, though,
Well, that's what it told me when I donated.
Oh yeah, well, right. Well, it went to, I think that, yeah, when same thing. I think it goes through Alan Jackson and his law firm. But my understanding of it has been that all of the funds that have been raised were put towards flying.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's all spent. Like I'm wondering if there's like
Yeah.
outstanding bill or something.
Right. I must have misunderstood you. Sorry. Yeah. So I think it's been.
So when the bigger creators ask me what time I want to go on like a Saturday, I can just ask them, "Hey, guys, you got to crank up the donation wheels some more."
Right. There you go.
Gotta get her paid off.
Yeah, you command that, brother, for sure. That's right. Yeah. So and I think that the fundraising is going to continue. I think the creators are going to keep having these fundraisers. And at this point, I think the greatest fear, I mean, obviously other than Karen being incarcerated, but was that
The amount on the civil case? What did they file to sue her for? How much?
what was that? I didn't hear what you said in terms of the civil case.
Yeah, what was the amount they are suing her for?
Oh, I don't know. You know what? Does Laurleen probably knows? Laurleen, do you know how much they're suing her for? I mean, I'm sure it's a lot, but yeah. So that's the civil attorney, and I know that the civil lawsuit, the civil attorney was in court a few times that I had seen. Hey, Gingy. 50,000, that's all they're suing her for?
You could do a couple of fundraisers and without admitting guilt, just get that on out of the way. Well, not us, not like in here. It would take us, 60 to 75 years.
Oh,
we would eventually do it.
Right. Yeah. So 150 grand, they're going after her insurance. Right. So yeah. So I guess that's the next, because it's wrongful death, right? So isn't it a wrongful death suit? So that
you only got to be close in a civil suit. You don't have to prove it beyond a doubt.
Right. Remember when they did I think it was the Goldmans, right? Was the Goldmans and the Browns with OJ?
Yeah.
And in that case,
he never paid him either. He hid all of his stuff.
Right, right. But it was, you know, they found him culpable of that, you know, however they, you know, sorry, the guilty, whatever it was, but um that was a great thing. You know, that was in some ways it was the only justice that they ever got. I mean, other than just the fucking monster moron got himself arrested. But what was he was stealing his Heisman trophy. Is that what it was?
Yeah, he was stealing back his trophies
It's just,
and keeping. I guess I don't know. I think some cases he had
oh,
stuff he auctioned off, or they auctioned off while he was in prison or something. I don't know. I can't
right,
remember.
right. And then they caught him on video, right?
It wasn't good.
Right. Oh, by
But
the
I found this Howie Carr thing, I think.
way, good. So I just wanted to ask you though, quickly, did you see the McAlbert interview? That's a good one.
I had it ready right here. We were gonna watch it. I don't know what happened to it. I'll find it again.
All right. Whatever you got, brother.
But I did have it. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know the timestamps on this, so I'm hoping this is close.
Remember when, and where were you, when the world stopped turning? His music has touched millions, and his storytelling ability is second to none. He's
Maybe
known
I
for
did.
being humble
What
and
I thought it
private,
was.
so interviews like
Nope. Dang it. They got me on that.
Oh, this must be when Karen was saying, nobody tried harder to find justice for John F. Keith than I have. Right? I think that's why she was so impassioned in that frame.
2 minutes in on that one. What Angela says. Come on, no.
I'm a Boston guy now. Oh my God, Cheryl is so my blood was boiling listening to him. Brian Albert, I'm a Boston cop. Fucking asshole. He's right. That was such a thank you, Cheryl, for bringing that up, because that to me was just insult to injury. You know, you didn't have to say that. I would take a bullet for, in my opinion, and I think most of us share, are of the same mindset and opinion, that Brian Albert had something to do with this. Like, how fucking dare you?
Where is it?
How sick is that?
I'm looking for it.
What, the Albert video?
Yeah. I just had it earlier.
So Microdots did something.
Yeah, he put out a new one. I don't want to watch it today, though.
No, yeah. But I think it was about that, their interview. Where the heck did I see it? It's got to be on X. Everything's on X. There it is.
All right. It's only 7 minutes.
And this guy, Matt Gutman, did you see Turtle Boy's post about him?
No. You talking about the guy doing the interview?
Yeah, hang on. I'll read it to you, because, you know, before we watch it, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I just found that interesting. Oh my God, he posts so much stuff.
Sure.
Go back.
Yeah.
Hang on 1 second. Where's the one that he addressed Matt Gutman?
Is it a video or a post?
Oh, okay, this is it. So, hey, Matt Gutman, ABC, why are you pretending like you don't know my name and painting me as some sort of witness intimidator? Why did you want me to keep it a secret that you, me, Karen Read, and her defense team had dinner at a steakhouse in Boston in on July 23rd, 2023, the day after the rolling rally. Interesting, right? I told you all about the rolling rally and I told you all about the rolling rally and you thought it was awesome. You made it pretty clear that you knew Karen was innocent and you knew the McAlberts were guilty. We even exchanged numbers and met up 2 days later at Karen's hearing. Were you just pretending to get an interview with her? Interesting, right?
Yeah.
That with that backstory that he would, conduct this interview in the way that he had. Have you seen it?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, that's the setup.
I was looking for it while you were reading it, but I don't see it. It must have been on X.
Yeah, but it's on the screen.
Huh?
The McAlbert interview. is
Oh,
on-
yeah. I haven't watched this. I thought you were talking about the Turtle Boy thing.
Oh, no. It's just I had seen that and I just found it interesting. I mean, now all these things are surfacing, right? All these things are coming out now that it's over. I mean, not everything, but a lot of things that we didn't know. But in light of this new interview with all of these, fuckheads, it's interesting that he did this interview considering in the ways that he did, because he kind of seems sympathetic to the McAlberts. And why give them a platform to begin with? But I don't know, whatever. I guess you're ABC News, right? So that's what you do. But I just found it interesting in light of this new interview with them.
Yeah, Gingy got beat in a meme war the other day, and she's been mad ever since.
She got beat in what?
A meme war in Discord.
Was this a Discord meme war?
Yeah.
Aw.
It was a friendly one until the end, until she lost.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know, and then it wasn't friendly anymore on her side. I was still friendly. 'Cause I'm used to winning them.
Who decided who lost and who won? Who decides winners?
That's the funny part. That's the funny part.
Oh, did you declare yourself the winner, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe.
Yeah,
Hence
as soon as I made myself laugh the most, then I win.
I like my memes best. I win.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, you're the
I
birthday.
get bored sometimes.
Do that.
Yeah, I get bored sometimes.
It's birthday week, so.
Let's see what these
Bug it.
freaking. Oh man, look at this group right here. Look
Let's
at the
do it.
group.
Oh my God, ratchets. Talk about ratchets, right?
Oh.
Has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Read trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
FRead Karen Read!
It's the case.
Oh.
Ugh.
They didn't even try to put a lot of effort into that, did it?
Oh, right. And then did you notice Chris Albert, friend of John O'Keefe? Ugh, that irks me. I mean, maybe yes, maybe no, but considering that he may have had something to do with this, don't you think that that's fucked up? So Chris Albert is friend of John O'Keefe, and Brian Albert is prosecution witness. And by the way, somebody, I don't remember who it was. I don't know who to give credit to with regard to this, but Coco is lamenting her involvement in the prosecution's case. Well, by the way, Coco, I mean, do you really have a choice if you're subpoenaed? Think long and hard before you become a witness. I mean, it wasn't like they're like, do you want to be a witness, right? I mean, doesn't it work differently?
I mean, witness to what?
And the prosecution.
What did they witness? None of them witnessed anything.
Right. Well, I mean, witness, with regard to what had happened prior to
Yeah.
the possibility of a collision or a beatdown, right? So they were
Well,
witnesses.
if they interviewed people that were at the bar while people were there, every time somebody got hurt, you'd be in trouble.
Right.
But when you're trying to get people to come to your house that never been to your house for an after party before, and even their friends thought it was kind of weird, come on.
Right.
Let's see.
Case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Read, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Yes,
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Read's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turn this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Read for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Read to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Read captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and
Did y'all see that interview and see how they got in her way and shit? That was irritating.
Oh, I saw, yeah, a little bit. I only caught a little teeny bit of it. He was combative?
No, he just wouldn't get out of her way. She was trying to walk past him, and he stepped over in her way, asking her questions.
Right.
Alan Jackson had to come back and get her.
Yeah, didn't AJ say something like back off? Like you have to stop. Something like that.
He said something. I'll try to find that interview.
Love that guy. Everybody needs an AJ in their life. Everybody needs to walk around with an AJ. Back the fuck off, guy. Uh-oh. You okay, brother?
Yeah. Oh, it ain't me.
Does birthday bells? There's a party going on.
Friends.
Jesus, man. Let's watch this for a minute.
Struggling with the verdict.
Birthday music.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
Because of you.
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Read and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together.
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Read called and texted John 52 times.
You could have done something.
That was the most offensive thing, I think.
But why wouldn't he know he was out there? They were supposed to come to the party. He didn't know that?
Right. Yeah.
After they all sat there and begged him to come, and he was cooling down. He didn't know nothing about it at all.
A cold sleep with butt dial and butt answers, right? And Microdots in his video did a good job of, isolating, he'd stop the video and then he showed a picture. I was in a cold sleep, like you didn't hear anything. And then he showed, there was a shot of, I guess it was from when either AJ went into the house or maybe realtor photos, but there's a photo from his room, his bedroom, looking over the front yard where John was placed. And I mean, come on, guy. That's the most offensive thing I think I have heard yet so far. Him.
You know how much evidence would have been out there the next morning when nobody was there? If you could have just went out there and put some cones up and some tape, took some pictures.
There is no way that
You don't have enough cops for one to sit right there in their car, warm, and just sit there.
Have you
That's all
ever
they do anyway. Sometimes just sit there.
have you ever known a cop, a man, even a woman, anyone, when something like that is going on outside of your house, that you don't run right outside? Get the fuck out of here. I mean, that's crazy. It's just crazy. But that is the
You'd be
most
nosy.
thing.
You'd be in the window. You'd be looking. You'd be checking. I mean,
I'd be out there. I would be out there I would put, I would go out in my nightgown, honestly. I'd throw my robe on and my slippers and I'd run outside. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck. You see flashing lights. No.
yeah.
And that is the most offensive thing that I have heard this entire this ordeal.
So none of them had sirens on coming over there or anything?
Brian Albert saying, I would take a bullet for John O'Keefe. I mean, there's no words for that. Like, how do you feel about that, considering what you think went down? Like, what happened to John?
Uh, 6:30 is when he got woke up. Cold sleep.
Right. Unbelievable.
She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you, that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him.
Would
Not to
never
try to kill him, but try to.
tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV. To hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who
What
told
up,
me
Connor?
she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall,
You see how Connor comes up in here just immediately being super nice?
Oh, Connor, hey, did you know that
Yeah.
we met Connor the other day?
Yeah.
On Tuesday, we took a nice
Mhm.
pic. Oh, I have pictures.
We were trying to figure out which one of y'all Connor's dating now.
Well,
Come on now. Somebody's been getting them. Somebody got them numbers. Y'all got them
We-
numbers swapped.
we didn't, none of us discussed that. So I don't know. Maybe you have to ask Mary.
Come on now. Give us the tea.
Mary girl, where are you?
Yeah.
And clerk,
Petty
yeah,
P.
100%. Clerk's verdict.
Tell Petty to get up here. I sent her the link.
Petty, where are
It's
you?
early. It's early. She should be fine.
I don't see her. Where do you see?
Tell Jamie to wheel her over to the computer and let her play with her friends.
Why can't I see Petty? That's
Got you
weird.
blocked.
Do you? No, now I see her.
She's got you blocked.
She would never. That's my sister. She loves me.
Gingy's voting on Mary B for Connor's date night.
Yes, she did. She did, Gingy. Agree.
She did what? She did what?
No, she said Mary B looked real cute next to Connor.
I feel like Janine knows something she's not telling us, Gingy.
No, I know nothing.
You hear that? Oh.
I know nothing.
Now I know you do. The more you deny it.
All I know is that I walked. So we had to park really far away because it was like a madhouse. So it started to rain, and then it started to pour. So I walked with this really cool family. I walked back towards my car, but then I got lost and I had to go into like a dry cleaner. And thank God Mary took a the location shot and sent it to me. So I had no fucking idea. I was like, oh my fucking God. I'm walking around Dedham in the rain aimlessly. Yeah, but that was about it. And so Mary went with her two friends. Did Mary tell you about her friends? Oh my God. Did she show the picture of the sign? Oh my God. That
You
guy.
talking about the sign?
Yes, that guy is
Yeah,
hilarious.
we showed that.
They're
We
awesome.
showed everybody.
Mary's friends, two friends were awesome. I had so much
He
fun.
looks a lot like the dude that made y'all go and smoking scan. Remember?
Oh,
Looks
yeah.
a lot like him.
I don't remember what he looked like. I remember Portland's Andy. Is that the one? Smoke and Scan. Somebody was showing Smoke and Scan. I think it was the Glarer. Maybe I shouldn't mention it, but it was during like a recent news event, and he was playing his stream. The riots. Yeah.
Well, it must not be wrong for you to watch some other people's streams.
Yeah.
I think you can set it like when you're setting your channel up, you can say whether people can do it or not.
Yeah, I think actually he did that one night, and I caught.
Yeah, we watched Krusty Panties with him one night, and she was like, "I'm gonna do something to get us both struck."
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes. Oh, that.
And
Was...
then who was Turtle Boy watching when they showed the porn?
Oh shit.
Remember that? And he got kicked off.
I
They had to go to
do.
Rumble.
Porn bombed him. That's right. I forget.
Let's see what the rest of this craziness
Yes.
is. real quick.
Sorry.
a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Ugh, nauseating.
Yeah, for real.
Absolutely nauseating.
For real. I don't know what it went to. Huh. It must be, oh yeah, that's a year ago.
You haven't found the Howie Carr AJ interview?
It wants me to download something on X, and then I can't find it. Just scrolling around. So
Let me see. I mean, it has to be on YouTube at this point. Howie Carr. Did you have birthday cake?
Nope, no cake.
No cake. Oh, we're gonna have to sing "Happy Birthday" to you, brother. Howie Carr, Alan Jackson. Let's see. One day ago. Wait, let's see. Is this it?
I do got something else though.
Not the straight video.
It's only 20 seconds, but it's good.
Yeah. Okay. The back. Look at him. And he's smiling. I love this guy. You could have scripted a better.
Look at it, he's like, oh, which way do I go?
It would have been great no matter what, but it was so better because this doofus was being booed. Like, you could not have written that. It's just like, it so tracks in Bizarro World. It's awesome. I mean, but it's in an awesome way, right? So, like, this is the flip side. We've been in the upside down, and it's been awful, and now it's flipped over on its head. Praise the Lord. What about the juror? The juror did an interview. Did you see that?
The which one?
Paula, is that her name?
Yeah, we watched.
The female, the Brazilian juror.
Yeah, we watched one of hers. We can watch this one. It's short.
Prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Tonight, a juror tells WBZ she is confident in her decision to free Karen Read. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm David Wade. There was immense pressure on each and every juror to reach a verdict in one of the most closely scrutinized cases in recent memory. And tonight, one of those jurors is revealing how she decided on not guilty. She just spoke to Tammy Mutasa, and Tammy, this juror, says that she changed her mind as the trial went along.
Yeah, David, tonight, Paula Prado says it was a very emotional and intense week. She actually left the courthouse crying yesterday because she said she felt on one hand, she felt like Karen Read got justice, but on the other hand, she felt horrible for John O'Keefe and his family and wants him to get justice too.
I was happy for Karen Read and her family, of course. I think
Yeah, there's better ones. For sure. Confetti. Caught the confetti in the freeze game.
Oh, that is so cool. See, like, it's all this stuff. I saw little things here and there, but I really haven't seen very much. So this is so cool. And you saw the interview last night. What did you think of the interview with Runkle?
Oh, it was good. They just sat around and just hung out and talked, really.
Yeah. How much do you love David? I love both of them. I love David Giannetti.
Yeah. I wonder if Runkle lets people rewatch his stuff.
And Bobby.
You think Runkle lets people rewatch his stuff?
Why not?
I don't know.
Why not? Well, how do
You
you,
never know.
what's the process? Do you have to like send him a note? Would you mind if I, or do you just kind of have to wait and see if you're struck?
That's
like
kind of how we
Russian
do it.
roulette for YouTube.
That's how we do it.
What do you think, chat? Do you think that we should play the Bobby Yannetti? What do they call them now? Yanesi? That's cute. They are cute. Did you see? Did you see though? In the baby AI, it was about David Giannetti picked up Bobby, and he was like, I love him so much. He's so sincere. He's such a cutie.
Yeah, but just because you're here, we're gonna play your little buddy Bobby.
Oh, that's my guy.
Personal friend.
Oh, I love him. I so love that guy. Thank you.
That might be why. So, without any further ado, we've got David Yannetti and Bob Alessi. Welcome.
Just a little bit.
Oh, look at this.
Hello. Thanks so much, Ian.
Oh, thank you. I am a huge fan. I think everybody here is. I think the chat will be very upset with me if I don't say thank you and congratulations, because what you guys, your team pulled off was frankly epic. I guess the first question I have is just how did it feel in the moment where you heard, sort of as Jackson put it, the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty rolling in? Like, what was the feeling in that moment?
David, you had the best reaction, so I'd love to hear from you.
So it didn't go smoothly, which I'm not used to. Typically, it's a clear, not guilty or guilty, whatever the verdict is. But sort of in keeping with that, kind of complicated verdict slip on count number 2, I was having trouble figuring out what is he saying. I mean, I heard the not guilty for count 2, but then I heard the court go, that's not really right, right? And thankfully, the clerk, I think, immediately skipped to count 5, which, obviously we were hoping for. That was the one count that was not going to have, likely serious consequences for Karen. Once I heard that, I was pretty confident we were home free, but still there was count number 3 to come. And I mean, like any verdict, Bob's a little different here. I think that.
What's up, Lauleen?
Lauleen.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm on information overload, so I'm ready to find whatever you want me to try to find. I think I've seen it all.
Well, what do you think, Lauleen? I see Angel has weighed in. She doesn't think it's a good idea to play this.
We had like 30,000 people watching last night. I mean, I'm sure it's been. I wouldn't do it, especially after just getting your channel back or making a new one.
I gotcha. What do you think, brother?
Plus, the interview is so good. Like, if you haven't seen it, you should just devote 3 hours of your life to go watch it. It's that good.
Yeah, I watched some of it. I didn't watch the tail end of it. What about you, brother? Did you?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, there were 46,000. I remember.
Yeah, it was crazy amount of people in there last night.
Right. So do you know
Like
how many people were watching Melanie the other day? Like when Mary and I were at the courthouse, I
the
remember
day of the verdict, it was at one point over 47,000.
it was 50 something thousand. Or it was 49,000 on Tuesday.
Yeah, like they were talking about what stadium they could fill with the people watching
Right,
and stuff.
right. That was the stream with
When
Glare.
all the attorneys went up.
It was on Tuesday. That was the day before when we were at the courthouse. It was Glare, Auntie Deb, and I think Bettero with Melanie. And then the next day, so the day of the verdict,
Bettero was on. Well, Glare was there, but then he left right when the verdict was about to be read, and he went to Annie Elise.
Fuck, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess.
And he didn't tell anybody where he was going. It was really weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but yeah. So I was working, but then when I came out of work, I was like, "What? You're not?" I was surprised that he wasn't streaming. And then I was with Bob and Allie, and Bob and Allie are fucking awesome. And I'm so mad that I missed Andrea. So Andrea came on, and then Clara left.
Well, Andrea came on during the fake out verdict, and then she was already scheduled to screen Koberger's hearing, so she left right before the actual verdict. It was insane. I was flipping between like 3 different things on TV and my phone.
Right.
Trying to do, because then Laura, came on, and I'm like, no, I really don't want to watch him. I want to watch it with someone who's like tied to the case locally, and get like a raw emotion reaction. So I had it like going everywhere.
From Lawyer that's where you went, Lawyer
No, that's the first time I have not chosen to go there.
Oh, it's the first
I wanted to watch local people
Local,
involved with the case when it
rather
was
than-
announced.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I was gonna say, oh, I'm so shocked. You wanted to go
I
to
went back and watched it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
No, I have not watched his latest one today, though, where he goes over all of the different juror interviews and statements and the McAlbert and Proctor, all of that stuff. He did a
Oh.
show today on all that, but I haven't watched that one yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yeah, and so I don't know how much you like heard of my whole, long.
I heard your day where you didn't get to even find out.
Nothing.
Until
Yeah.
the person at your work told you.
Well, so I looked at my phone. So when I went in to work, I think it was like my session was at 1. So I started, I turned my phone off at like 12:45. And I was beginning to get a little nervous because I was like, okay, it's Wednesday. And then I was hearing Bob and Allie saying, all right.
Yeah. Everyone was worried they were hung on OUI and it was going to be a retrial.
Yep, exactly. So that's how I went into my session. And then I was like, oh shit. So my second session, I came out of at 3:30, something like that. 4:30. 4:30 is when I found out. And I think the verdict came in at like 3:30, right?
3. Yeah.
3. Okay.
2:27 was the fake verdict. And right around 3 was the actual verdict.
Okay, yeah. So that's when I found out, and I was at work, and there's like, this one person that I've been telling, I'm like, oh, I'm going. Have you heard of the Karen Read trial? And then, I kind of educated her. Little Miss! So
What's up, Little
I have
Miss?
not seen Little Miss since the verdict.
So what's that?
I said I haven't seen Little Miss since the verdict.
Yeah, no, me neither. But yeah, so I was telling her, and I was like, overcome with emotion, because it's like, what, really? And I was like, like choking back tears, but like my eyes were tearing. And then I texted, a few people like, oh, so funny. So I told you about like my son, he's half a asshole. He went to UMass Amherst, and he does like the whole Boston takeoff, and all of his friends are massholes. They're all from Boston area. And he gets mad at me because like when I get my especially his best friend from school, he's such a sweetie. And every time I see him or speak to him, I'm always talking about the case. And then I send him like Turtle Boy and Microdots. And he's so sweet. I'm like, watch this. Okay, he knows about Turtle Boy just being in the area. So he texted me. He was like the first one to text me. He said, she's finally free. Wasn't that sweet? And I was like, oh my God, I love you. So that was really nice. And then I texted I texted my kids, and then, my best friend here, and then my cousin, because they've been in it with me, right? Like, it's hard to explain to them. I'm like, watch this. You have to watch this. You have to watch this. And like,
I was doing the same thing. I'm sending my mom links of everyone's reactions. I'm like, listen to this courtroom, Mom. I'm like, look at TV in the background. Like, yeah, like she hears about it, but she watched last time with me a little bit, but she wasn't able to this time.
I feel like
I was doing this.
I feel like it's hard for them. Like, they get this kind of like glazed look on over them, over their eyes, trying to understand. Like, it's so complicated. So usually, and I was with my New York family, so I have a bunch of retired NYPD.
So did y'all not see it? Everybody needs to say hey to Little Miss.
Little Miss!
She finally got here.
Yay. Oh, you didn't know about the new channel? Hey, Little Miss. Yeah, so, oh my goodness, Mary B. So, yeah.
Hi. Happy birthday, Danny.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Explaining to NYPD was interesting. And what I ended up doing with all of them was sending them framed 1, frame 2, and then the drop off. Because to me, that makes the most sense. Although this whole garage thing is a new wrinkle, right? So we were all thinking it was in the basement. How do you guys feel about that?
So I have feelings because, so that, what is it? The Sergio, that video that I keep trying to get you guys to put on about with Higgins' testimony, the way he like describes the testimony. So he looks at the words that they say, and that like, when is the missing time? There's a point where he says certain things that show that like there's a chunk of time that's missing, and that would be the time of the murder. And it just, to me, it sounds like he didn't go in the actual house and he didn't go downstairs, but something happened either outside or like right there. So the garage thing like really makes sense to me, because watching him describe like Higgins' testimony and why he thinks that it happened like right there and then, I believe that. Like, it makes a lot of sense to me. So I don't know. I always kind of thought, why don't we even talk about the garage?
Yeah. So here's my only question with regard to the garage. It totally makes sense. And also, I'm assuming you guys have seen the pictures of the garage with AJ and the paint.
Yes.
Ed Wallace, I don't know who said it. It may have been Melanie or somebody in Melanie's chat. Ed Wallace, who I love and think is like a brilliant CSI guy, just love him. He said something about somebody should get into that crack and try to like, that maybe there's something you could do to, coax some evidence out of it. But my question is this: what about the 3 flights of stairs?
Right. That's the only wrinkle. That's the only thing that I can't figure out.
Well, could it have been that he went down? Oh, no.
Or maybe it wasn't him.
Yeah. Oh, it would make sense, though. Right. But it was right away, though. It did happen right away, but maybe down, up, or, yeah.
Because the way that Sergio says it, it sounds like Karen, it might have even happened like so that she would have been able to see if she was looking. That's what it sounds like to me. Of course, Ryan was there, so it couldn't have been like, it couldn't have happened right there, but it could have happened like right in the garage. And that would have been right away. She drops him off. He walks up there, whatever happens. Because then there's the whole, he plowed something with like no snow there. So like, why did he plow there? There had to have been a reason.
Right.
Well, he did
So-
the plow initially when he arrived before Brian and them even got there, supposedly, is the
Did a
story.
sweep. Right. Well, what do you think?
But like 15 minutes before John and Karen even got there, if he actually did plow it then. But
'Cause he was the first
Yeah.
one who got there. But
no,
He's probably lying.
I don't believe it happened outside. There was just too many people outside between the
Right,
people
I
that
don't
they
think
go to
so either.
Julie.
No, I don't think so either.
That's the reason I thought it was in the house is because of the cell phone data. But I thought it made it a very tight timeline if it went in the house. And I also made it much harder to believe that many people, no one saw him who wasn't involved. So the garage makes more sense. Like if he texts or Higgins texts him and he's like, you know, you come in here, was he standing out there waiting for him? I mean, we have to ignore Higgins and Brian Albert and Nicole Albert and Jen McCabe's testimony that the only time they didn't see them was when they went into the other room to look at pictures, but technically still had eyes on them.
Right.
But I could see Higgins waiting out the garage or waiting at, you know, the door over there, calling him over there, acting like, you know, the guys are in here or come look at the, you know, something to coax him in there. And
Right,
they
and
start
what-
arguing, but you know, with the dog had been automatically in the garage for some reason.
Well, I mean, where was Colin? Like, Colin was in the house already. Like, did he know that John was coming? Was he tipped off? Like, did Higgins say something to him? Did they meet outside?
Right.
You know, because Colin could have been ready to go, you know, like
Yeah.
as soon as someone got John into the garage.
Yeah.
Um,
The garage just makes more sense to me as far as the battery temperature stuff that came out this trial.
Yes.
I just wish the defense would have countered some of that if they wanted to argue the basement over the garage, but then again, they don't have to prove what they think happened. It just left me with a lot more questions.
Yeah.
It definitely left me with no questions that he was hit by a vehicle. That's like 100% clear in my mind that absolutely no way.
Yeah.
Right.
That makes no sense.
What do you think about the Apple Health data?
Which part of it?
It being in the garage, that's what Mary and I were just discussing. What do you
The temperature data would make sense. The battery temperature data, the way it didn't drop as drastically as it would had she hit him and he lay there consistently from 12:30 to 6 o'clock in the morning. Like as the temperature fell that night, you should be able to take the weather along with the decrease in battery temperature expected and do a graph and be able to show that he didn't move. But what they came up with does not match the weather. It's much warmer temperature than being outside. The only thing is, well, how did the phone get out there? Which pretty much only leads to one thought is a Faraday bag.
Faraday
bag. To not register steps.
Right.
Unless you've got Greeno and people in the state police who deleted data. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but wouldn't Richard Green have found it?
Well, they're arguing over what they did find and didn't find. So it's just really hard for me to put a lot of, you know, stake in either side as far as the phone stuff.
Right. What about the steps? The up and down, the 3 flights with regard to the garage?
Now, supposedly 3 meters will register a step. So and throwing it up in the air and stuff like that won't. So
Going up a certain amount while going forward or backwards or
it's
linear,
3 meters
it's
was
like a
what they
step.
said this trial.
Yeah, you got to go up and over so much to go up so many steps.
And I don't know what's in the garage based off of steps, but I know that there's been tests done to show that just even that entryway of steps at the front door would not even register a flight.
No.
Yeah, but you know, maybe he did go up and down. I mean, there's an upstairs, there's a downstairs. Who the fuck knows? But it was,
but
it was
he would have
quick.
had to have gone in the house first.
Right.
Like,
But it was
looking for
right.
someone, and maybe he was looking for Brian.
Maybe he was.
But you can go in that house and go straight to the basement steps.
Yeah, then coming back up or being pulled, pushed.
Yeah.
you know, up and
We're
down.
coming up at least to the top. Blue 42 found us again.
Hey, Blue 42.
Yay.
Hey, Blue.
I said Blue 42, Blue
go.
42 in the chat yesterday in Runkle. I didn't know if you seen it or not. But
Dude, you
yeah,
couldn't see anything in Runkle's chat yesterday.
that thing was flying.
Even at
It
the
was
That's like
flying.
4 minutes.
30 second. Yeah.
I didn't see anybody, but I was still at work when they were on, and then I you know, like I was listening in the car, so I didn't see anyone at all. I feel like I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen anyone since I saw Mary on Tuesday.
Where did Little Miss go? I put the StreamYard link in the chat. I was looking for another video to watch, but I'm having
Little
trouble.
Miss, come on.
You can't bring up that link I sent you
No,
off of X with DePietro?
not in StreamYard because the laptop will not log in.
You can't log
to
into
X.
anything in X, so I have to find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that then, because that was, oh my God, that made my skin. Oof. He
Oh,
was
what
mocking the jurors, and he was being so. I mean, I'm sure y'all saw TB reposted on X. It was horrible.
I didn't see it.
What up, Dean?
What's up, Dean?
Yo.
Dean.
I got in StreamYard earlier and cleaned up all my old stuff and got rid of all the old stuff and fixed all of my little patterns and shit. I got the Brady Bunch kicking for real. We need 4 more people to come up here so we can Brady Bunch.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Brady Bunch is cool.
So, Lauleen, do you know where Mary or Lauleen or Dean? Do you know where we can get the Howie Ka AJ video?
I tried sending it to Danny twice.
It's on
but,
X. For some reason, the laptop just doesn't like to stay logged into X.
but that second link I sent you, I went to his page and emailed it to myself, and you still couldn't open that second link?
Mm-mm. I could try it again.
No, I think they're rats, Cheryl. I mean, they were supposed to be. AI made it.
What?
My background. She's like, are those sharks? I don't know what the hell it is.
Oh, we need a rat NATO.
Oh, rat NATO.
Oh, definitely.
Man, that would be
I
awesome.
can't even. I'm trying to zoom in. Yeah,
Chat
that's
rat
kind of
NATO.
like looks like you're at an aquarium, Mary B.
Yeah, I know,
Yes,
right?
it does. Yes.
Yeah, it's a little serene, you know.
I would think otters, if anything. Like, I mean, not rat. I mean, I would think rats, but if it's water, I would think otters.
This is the rat here.
No, I see it. I'm just saying, I wouldn't think
This
shark.
is another rat.
So there, it looks like they're like someone looking at rats on an acid trip. It's like they're
Yeah. They're floating space rats.
Yeah,
like a
they've got
Picasso
this trail going behind them.
I don't know. I don't even know what I said to AI to make this, but I was the most important thing was that it needed to be colors that complement my skin tone.
Oh, Danny, I'll even go on YouTube and try to send you some links because there's several things that, like,
Love
Estes
that, Mary.
exit from the courthouse got me. Like, I had stopped crying by that point. And then when Esty walked out, totally got me again. So if y'all haven't seen that, that was great.
Esty made you cry?
Heck yeah. When she walked out of the courthouse as emotional and like pumped as she was, like right
Yeah.
behind Nick. Yeah, that got me. Like this is my chain of events. Is the verdict, I cried. I calmed down and then I saw TB crying and then I started crying again. And I calmed down and then when SD came out crying again, like yeah, it was an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think Blue 42 was in the Discord. Or maybe.
I'll be right back. My DoorDash is here.
Maybe she was.
Yay.
Oh crap! What is that, Dean?
So I found rat NATO on Google.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Danny, I'm gonna go for a second and try to find like DePietro on YouTube and stuff like that to try to send you.
All right.
And then
where'd it go, Dean?
It's right there. It's same spot.
Oh, there. It disappeared for a second. Rat NATO.
Yeah. I got another one. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Whew. That's our
Rat
Discord.
Navo. That's great. Lolene looking for stuff and got booted.
Yeah, she's on a reconnaissance mission. Mary is getting her food, her victuals. Oh, maybe, and when everybody comes back, we have to sing Danny happy birthday.
Oh God, I'm gonna start kicking y'all off here.
I know you won't. You better not.
And
But
Angel's gonna drop all the cash links for tips for birthday tips in the thing.
yeah,
That's how you sing happy birthday to me.
that's it.
Happy birthday to me.
Say happy birthday with your wallet.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Hey, drop that Discord link in the chat, Dean, so Blue42 can join. Is Blue42 male or female? Because the name is definitely Pat. It's Pat. I don't know which one.
So, Dean, did you pay attention to all of the verdicts going on? Hey, little Miss is here! Yay!
Little Miss.
Yo.
Hello, Little Miss.
That's Little Miss.
You are live on 102.2 with
Danny.
the Rat Father.
The Rat Father.
Danny, answer her.
Yes,
Danny.
I'm here.
Little Miss. Danny.
I'm here.
Danny.
He's falling down a
Hang
well.
on, let me just mute the other thing. Hang on. Right, there we are. I've muted myself. Right, there we are. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, it's Danny's birthday. Hey, listen, you lot. I came in. I was half awake, and I put the message on, and you went, "Hey, little miss," and then you completely ignored it and started talking about something else.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Hey, what's happening? No, I've had a lot going on, man. We and were I've talking about you too. We thought that you were going to come up and say, "Hey, yeah, how are you doing? Well, how's everything going?" well, I'm not. I've torn a ligament.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone's getting injured. Jeez.
Yeah, I've torn a ligament, and I had to get an MRI, and yeah. Oh so no. I'm pretty injured.
Yeah, Betty
man.
broke her foot.
Yeah.
Who's broke the foot? Teddy.
Petty did.
Oh, blooming heck.
Yeah, broken.
I try to play paddle tennis.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Perhaps you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, sports never really end up good.
The body wants to move. Better to move and to incur the injury than not to. Because so who's sorry, I missed that. Whose birthday is it? It's
Danny.
Danny, the Rat Daddy. Oh,
It's
Danny,
Rat
it's
Daddy.
your birthday.
Thank
Oh,
you.
happy birthday, mate.
Appreciate it.
Have you been celebrating?
Hanging out with y'all. I had this one
How's
last
everybody else?
this one other thing I
How's
forgot to
everybody
watch.
else? What's happening? Dean, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Minus the torn
I'm not
ligament.
great. Apart from my torn ligament, I've got a few other things, but yeah, it is what it is. But Mary B, how you doing?
I'm doing good, you know. Hanging in there.
Verdict. Right verdict, eh?
It was a great verdict, that's for sure. If it was done a day earlier, that would have been cool, but
Oh, tell me about it, right? But we still represented, right? Right verdict. Right verdict. Dignity from the Mr. Reed was that interview was awesome from Mr.
Yeah.
Reed.
yeah, he's such a
Beautiful.
cool guy.
Yeah. Is that Fiona?
Yep. I have food up here. That's
Hi,
Man,
Fiona.
happy birthday.
Yeah, we need to pump 2 more subscribers before this ends, so we can hit 50.
I'm sleepy. What's that, Danny?
We need to hit 50 before we get off of here.
All right.
I don't know how we're gonna do that.
You're not going already. I've only just got here. Sub up, y'all.
No, we're not. I said before we get off of here, we need to get 2 more subscribers.
Oh, you know
'Cause
what
the
my
other
question is
channel-
though, Danny?
Danny,
other
do you know
channel
what
had
my question
250.
is? Is it
Say
still
it
here?
again. Huh?
You know what my question is?
What?
Is it still here?
What?
Where?
What do you mean,
Is
what?
it still here? What do you mean, what? Is it still here or not?
I don't know what it
Yeah,
is.
Oh,
what is
you
it?
know what it is.
Come on, think about it.
Oh, Danny, come on.
If you're talking about the channel, no, it's not.
No, not that. No, not that.
She gone.
No, and that is not either because that is a copyright strike.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, we got to get it remade with a new video.
Oh no, Danny's it gone?
It's
You
gone.
got me dancing.
Gone
I
into
knew
the
you was
oblivion.
She gone.
Well, wait.
She
Why?
gone.
Why?
But
Is
we
that?
have a new one though.
Oh.
We have a new one.
Have you seen the
and we
new
haven't-
one?
So
We
Danny,
haven't watched
what,
it since it's been live.
the one that
So
Ken made?
From coast to coast, we on that grind. True crime tales, we follow the signs. CHATRATS rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud. We the CHATRATS. Let the story unfold from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the CHATRATS. Murder boards and old police logs. Late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff, puff, pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the CHATRATS. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats. Solving mysteries, we the CHATRATS.
And that's it.
What happened to the Danny? What
That,
happened to the
that's
old?
great, that Danny. Danny, that's great. I love the cheese.
You see the crazy eyed cheese?
Yeah. I love the cheese.
And Rescue Randy and Terminator Rat.
That's very clever. Who did that, Danny?
Toy did that.
Oh, tell her well done. That's brilliant.
What were you saying,
Really good.
Janine? Where's the old rat video?
Yeah, what happened to the one that Hen made?
It's got copyright video in it. So may have gotten like 75 small copyright strikes just for that.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, is that my fault, Danny?
Yeah, I mean we just got to get it redone. Just got to
No.
get it redone, you know what I mean? Just can't play very much of it.
No, I mean that's
you can
that's really it. That's the part
You
that
can
you
keep
love.
that bit though, can't you? Can you keep
Uh-huh.
the hands bit?
Yeah, we just got to redo it.
Cool.
I don't
Very
think they
good.
can copywriting.
Tell Tori that was really good.
But I think Hen made the song, so the song should be fine to play.
Yeah, the song and like the AI like Gumby videos.
Yeah, so it should be fine. But the video of the cartoon in there, But we're gonna fix it.
Right.
Yeah, Cheryl, that sucked. We wish we could have been there with you for sure. We hung out with Cheryl and sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. I was just answering. We hung out with Connor and Cheryl and others, right? We met Nan. Did you tell Mary? Did you tell everybody that we met Nan?
Yeah, I sent pictures.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I sent you your picture, right?
Yes, thank you.
She was awesome.
What's that?
She was awesome.
Oh my God. She is. Remember, she was so like worked up. She was like, I have to go. Yeah.
Well, she wanted a picture with Vinny, and she handed me her phone so that I could take her picture with Vinny. But then like someone else interrupted her, and then he had to go live. So she's like, oh well, thanks for trying.
Yeah.
So this
I'm
is
sure
I
you got a picture at some
think it
point.
was one of Bill's interviews from yesterday. It's not that long. I think we should watch it. Let's watch it.
Yeah.
We gotta make another hour, so we're gonna be here a minute.
Feeling very elated, grateful to God for this ending. It's been a long.
Little Miss, everybody's been screenshotting their rat out of that video and making it their profile picture. That's why there's so many rats out there. It's crazy.
3.5 years, long time coming. But
I don't know if
while
she's
we've
seen it,
the
Bridget.
worst in humanity over the last 3.5 years with the corruption, we've also seen the best in mankind, particularly the women. So many women out there, standouts at the courthouse over this week, in the hundreds. I know state police estimated there were about 3,000 people there today. And so many women identify with Karen because at some point in their lives, you know, they have been objectified and dehumanized or victimized in some way or another. And with Karen, they see that strength and that courage to fight against the government that has, you know, unlimited resources. And so it's been a great win for us. We've got, you know, Karen's incredible fight, fortitude, strength, and willingness to persevere and not give in. And, you know, she assembled a remarkable team of talented and passionate attorneys. David Yannetti was our first on board, then Alan Jackson and Liza Little from LA, and more recently, Bob Alessi. So we're just blessed to have this dream team of attorneys fighting for us. And I think a lot of that passion on their part, that expertise that was unshakable that they brought to the courtroom was because they knew Karen was factually innocent. And that was, we're very fortunate. I mean, other folks who may find themselves in the throes of law enforcement and be factually innocent themselves may not have that fortune or good blessing to have this type of attorneys and this part of, you know, this immensity of support out there. Again, just the people who have turned out in support for us is just very gratifying and heartwarming. And at a time in my life over the last 3 years, I've lost a lot of respect for what goes on in some of these communities. So I'll leave it at that.
How has it been? We talked about the struggles. I'm sure it's been a very tough time. It's 4 years that you and Karen and the family have been fighting. How has it been to fight the accusations, to have to fight that, despite knowing what you and the family felt was true and the defense team? How has that been for you and the family?
The accusations really didn't trouble us. I drove that Karen's vehicle home that day. It was parked right here when it was seized by Michael Proctor, the now fired and disgraced Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. I know the condition of that taillight, and I know that the injuries to John O'Keefe, including those dog bites, were not the result of Karen Read's vehicle backing into him. I drove it home in that snowstorm. So when you've got that belief and assurance that, you know, your loved one is factually innocent, then you've got to fight with everything you've got to see this through to a just ending. And there have been times it's very, very difficult because law enforcement and the government has unlimited resources through their ability to tax people. And
did it feel, so are you saying, did it feel to you like it was you against this entity that you guys were fighting, you and Karen and the family?
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, the law enforcement has power, and it's difficult to put down that power. But I think so many folks saw this situation for what it was, a setup, a frame up, and push back. And when society pushes back and you get courageous men and women who are willing to take a stand, a case in point would be Officer Nick Barrows, who was brought here on that Saturday and testified in court that the condition of that taillight was not as what was shown to him in court in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Department. So that's just one example. And, you look at the Department of Justice was involved in this case from the early on. They were the ones who hired the ARCA scientists. And it was those scientists that determined the injuries to John O'Keefe were not the result of being struck by Karen Read's vehicle, or that Karen Read's vehicle, the damage to it, all right, was the product of being struck by a 216 pounds.
Mary B, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Good, because I clicked a bunch of crap and I think I clicked my mic off for a second.
Well, you're all good now.
Then I spent 60 seconds trying to figure out how to turn the damn thing back on.
Well, now you know, hopefully.
Dean, what's up, buddy? How's the weather in Texas, Dean?
Dean's only pretending to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Irish guy.
It's also somewhere else. But where? But where's Dean?
6'1" man. And yet,
Maybe
even
he's
with that type
napping.
of strong, objective, independent evidence, and truly, they were hired by the Department of Defense, U.S. Attorney here in Massachusetts. They also provided us with the text of Michael Proctor. Without that, much of this might not have come to light. The idea that he's been fired from the Massachusetts State Police, the lead detective on this case, fired for his conduct, his bias in this specific case. It's something that's remarkable. So there are some strong people out there, and some. All right, we're so grateful to them all. Prayers. All right, from so many.
What in all these 4 years that you've been going through this ordeal, what has held your family together? Where has found? Obviously, Karen has had you as support, but how has a family come together? How hard has it been for the family?
Well, we're very mindful of our finite presence here on this earth. So, we are churchgoers, we're Roman Catholics, we're believers in Jesus Christ, his mother, and we are dedicated followers of the church, and we pray daily. And if you don't have that, there's something, that is very difficult then to come to grips with things. So we just continue to believe that God Almighty would see us through this. And he has, as you can see. I mean, this is a very glorious day for us in this family.
Overall, I know I spoke to your wife.
I'm just relieved for him because I know how it would feel if you're trying to watch your daughter go through this. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, they should be enjoying themselves. It's like their golden years. They shouldn't be going to freaking jail every day. I mean, court.
Nothing worse for a parent, right, than watching their children, their child suffer. He's, so terrified. I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine. But crazy. But thank God.
Karen, how are you all feeling today after
Elated. I mean, for the last 3+ years, I've been in this house knowing the unlimited reach of the government. And always you hear a door shut, right? You hear a horn. You go to your window because you never know, all right, the next step they're apt to take. And so there's relief. It's finality to it all.
Right.
And I thank so many hundreds of thousands of people who have come and said prayers for us, sent us texts, letters, flowers. Just so gratified. Again, I've seen the worst in mankind over the last 3.5 years, but I've seen the best in humanity.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure. Today, Karen said, in one of the things she said is that no one has fought harder for justice for John than she has. Would you be able to comment on that?
Shit, if nobody would have came out like this, I think that first trial they would have railroaded her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what they do with everyone else.
Yeah.
Right.
And they
but
get away with it. They usually get away with it.
she still had Alan Jackson and David Giannetti, but yeah, right. You don't know how things would have shaken out with the
Can you
jury.
imagine all the people that haven't got that kind of backup though, and what position they're in?
They're in jail, probably.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Definitely. Can't afford. I mean, what was a mediocre attorney going to do in this case?
Right.
Do you know the bit where they read the verdict out and you could hear the crowd outside? That was pretty awesome, wasn't it?
We watch it every 5 seconds.
I could watch that on a loop. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was
We
beautiful.
have watched it 3 times.
You not post stuff that's on TikTok either.
Yeah, I got them.
Okay, because I mean, there's tons of good stuff on TikTok, but I wasn't sure if you're able to show it. But as far as YouTube, it's all very long streams with you have to go and try to find the exact clips that are getting shown on X
Trust
that
me,
are so good.
Hi,
I know.
Lolene. You disappeared for a bit. You weren't here when I came here.
I heard you comments on left. I'm messing with you. I was trying to go find some stuff for Danny to play. How are
What
you?
you like?
Other than your ligament or
Oh,
tendon,
yeah.
whatever you pulled.
Few bits and bobs happening, so I had to sort of back out a little bit. But yeah, I'm all right. Well, itch.
I'm assuming you haven't taken it slow in order to heal.
Not really, no.
There you go.
But I've been told I have to, so.
Yeah, you should probably listen to those people. They know what they're talking about.
Yes, miss.
Okay, Mom.
I
Yeah,
tried.
hey,
That's
Mom.
no good. You are not going to listen to me no matter what, but I'll just echo their sentiments.
You're
No, you're right. You're right, Lolene. You're right. I should listen, really.
I'm the same way, though. I'm just as bad of a patient when stuff happens to me, too.
Damn TikTok videos are weird to play too for some reason.
Well, I stopped because I didn't know if you were able to show them, but I mean, there's tons of great stuff on TikTok. But that clip of Esty, I wanted everyone to see who hasn't seen it yet because that was so powerful. And I know Annalise posted it, or someone posted Glare and Annalise watching it as it was happening live before Glare got emotional, but I haven't found the original TikTok. I've only found it on X. I haven't found where I can send it to you yet.
Yeah, we'll find it. Blue 42.
Don't you remember the origin of her name?
Yes. I'll never forget it. I was like crying. I was laughing.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Lawlene story. It was one that's going to stay with her forever. Like
JFK, yeah.
Yeah, she called into JFK and was talking about sleepwalking or having a
I
seizure or
remember.
something. Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember. That's why I wanted her in here. She's
Well, when you
special.
asked if it was a male or female, I'm like, God, Danny,
I
you
just
remember
couldn't. I
that?
couldn't remember.
Wait,
and,
who are
you
you
know,
who are you talking about?
Blue 42.
Blue 42.
42.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Oh, you don't remember the infamous Blue 42?
You don't know the story?
I don't.
I can't remember if it was sleepwalking or seizures, though. I
It
don't
was
want to get.
sleepwalking.
It was both.
Okay.
I think it was both.
Okay. Well, like she ran into the wall and she had called in and was talking to JFK, and she was kind of like, you know, I'm a little bit off right now because I just ran into the wall and
Oh,
he
yes,
broke out.
yes.
Like, yeah.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry.
So then they started like mocking her name like a football player, like Blue 42, you know.
Yeah.
I remember now. Yes.
Yeah, so many disclaimers.
What she feels at and how she's been fighting for justice to find the real person.
Well, it's certainly not the task of this family, nor for Karen. I mean, for the idea that Karen fought back against these charges and fought vehemently and strongly, and we went into debt. She sold her house. She lost 2 jobs, Fidelity and at Bentley University, where she was an adjunct, cashed out her 401. She fought to liberate herself, to free herself, and in so doing, freeing herself, essentially cast a light on, well, what happened then if it's not her? Don't forget, she's now been FRead, all right? Even though the first trial, because the decision of the jury was not made public, twice she's been found not guilty of murder. And so, these jurors have been at it for hours in their deliberations and weeks listening to testimony. And so, it's when she says she's fought for John O'Keefe, she's fought for her own freedom and getting back her name. And in so doing, it's opened up the eyes of those in the media and just casual observers. Why is she fighting so hard? She could take a plea, but she refused to ever take a plea for something she did not do.
Was there ever any doubt?
Never.
In the family?
Never. Karen would have been the first to say to me, and I was with her at that hospital in the morning, if she had done something wrong, she would have said, Dad, I'll take my medicine. Never. There's never been any doubt. Karen Read is factually innocent. All right. She was found not guilty, but I will tell you she's factually innocent. Look at the body. Look at the wounds or lack of wounds, aside from the abrasions, all right, from an animal, from a dog to his right arm, and to the deep laceration on the back of his head. Look at there's nothing else. There's no bruises, broken bones, torn ligaments. If he was struck by a 6,000-pound SUV, which my daughter was driving, you'd see something below the knees, in the torso, around the chest. I mean, we're all reasonable people. Just look. You're out of Rhode Island, WJR. Your former Rhode Island medical examiner, state medical examiner, Dr. Elizabeth Laposado, I hope I'm saying that correctly, came and testified. And she said those injuries were not consistent with getting hit by a car. So, it's when you look at the physics, the science as provided by ARCA, and then you look at the medical testimony and the medical evidence, whether it be from Dr. Elizabeth Posada or from the state of Massachusetts' own medical examiner, Dr. Scotty Bello. She said, all right, that she could not conclude that he wasn't hit by a car. In other words, it's possible. And the abrasions to the arm. And so much so, she could not conclude the manner of death. She could not conclude it was homicide. So, I mean, the evidence is overwhelming, compelling, but still it took us 3.5 years and 2 trials.
Dean, you having a good time?
Dean, where were you when you watched the verdict?
I was sitting right here.
In this stream?
No, but I was sitting right here.
Uh-huh.
3 more with the Brady Bunch.
Well, Dean, since you have not been as involved in this case, was it still like emotional at all to you?
I mean, I didn't cry, but it was relieving in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be here unless you cried.
Well,
No, yes, he can. He's got involved in the case.
All
And
right.
he was even watching the
He's
verdict.
watched
We've
more
got
of this trial and the first trial than a lot of people have.
Yeah.
We have to give Dean his props.
Maybe you'll cry later.
He still doesn't fucking get it.
Have
He
y'all
still
read
has
the
no clue
foreman's
what's going
statement
on.
yet?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
it doesn't say much, but yeah, I did read that.
I'm
I
gonna
didn't.
switch over to X, but let me know if y'all can still hear me. Can y'all-
I think
can
I
y'all
sent
hear
it to you, Danny.
yeah, we hear you. Not like Danny, we can't hear him if he's trying to talk.
I sent the art. Oh, there it is.
Read it, Dean.
Y'all
You
can't
don't
hear
want
me
that.
talking when I was over there?
Yeah, we heard you.
Mary said she
We
would
heard
read
you
it.
ask if we could hear
Mary
you.
B's gonna read this one. She said earlier she would read, so she's the reader.
Oh, I'll read. Okay.
Yeah, I can
If
read
that
it.
body was on my front steps, I know my house would have been stormed, the juror, who is black and grew up in Jamaica Plain, said. The text from Trooper Proctor, bitch and expletive, I think that was also showed serious bias, yet I had to put my personal opinion aside. See, I knew that. It seemed like a lot of wishy-washy privilege, the foreman said. We had to look at the evidence, and a lot of it didn't make sense. There was no meat, no aha moment. No one proved there was a collision, even with all that jargon, and all the jurors agreed. The juror who asked that his name not be revealed, come on, spoke with the Herald by telephone late Friday afternoon along with his wife. The couple has 3 children, and they have come painfully close to crimes before. The juror knew the Boston Marathon bomber.
Good
And
person,
Monsters, absolute monsters.
yeah, he knew the brother that that survived for a little bit longer, and he
Oh, the
also
one
knew
Rolling Stone put on the fucking
The one in the boat.
cover.
yeah, the one on the boat. No, actually, yeah, I think it was the one on the boat.
Tamara.
That is the one.
I watched every second of that for like
I
4
did
days.
too.
I watched it without
Monster,
sleeping.
monster.
And then I watched the either Netflix or the other. I think it was Netflix that did a documentary recently on it, and it was really good. It had a lot of the survivor stories, which needed way more attention.
Right. They killed a little 8-year-old. I remember that.
Yeah, he knew, the foreman knew him too.
Oh my God.
And the police officer that stood next to his body all day before paramedics could get down there to transport him to the morgue. Like, they interviewed all those people in that doc. That was really, they took a really good angle on it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Cheryl, I agree with you. Thank God we had a smart jury. But did anyone see the interview? Well, actually, we played it earlier. The other juror, was it 12?
The girl, the black-haired lady that's the workout person.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they played her voice, but I've seen her on video and somebody else's already.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, I went in there thinking that she might be guilty, and then I had to look for something." She was looking for something, and didn't
she
find.
hasn't said what it is yet, but said it wasn't available.
Yeah, so other than you not finding that thing, you thought she was guilty? Really?
Well, I don't think it's just that. I think several of them went in there not knowing for sure, and the people who understood law and how the process worked were able to work them to at least reasonable doubt.
Right. And there was such an emphasis in the closing and throughout the, the defense case, reasonable doubt. They knew that they needed to hammer that home because the jury, thank you, Ronnie, did not understand reasonable doubt.
And Janine,
I
don't remember if it was you or Full Melt I was talking to that was asking me about my concerns about the foreman, because he's the only one not taking notes. I know I talked to Full Melt about it, but I think we were talking about it too.
A little bit, yes, we did.
And I told y'all, I really feel like the reason he's not taking notes is because he can see through the BS from the opening statements. Like, it's not necessary. They didn't go into the house, and boom, that's what he gives in his example. And like, it was just not necessary. It was shady.
Right. But I will say this, and I appreciate his sentiments. The reason, my personal opinion, I feel as though a lot of us are of the same mind with regard to this. The reason they didn't go into the house was purely because Brian Albert is BPD, and because his brother,
he said privilege,
and
that's what he said.
Right, but that's kind of broad, But let's, I guess you can stay broad in that manner, but for me, I feel like it's not really broad; it's specific. It's he was connected. He was
we know why he didn't go. He's not going to say blue wall privilege or white privilege. He's just saying due to privilege. Anyone else? Anyone who's not a Boston police officer or Canton police officer, they would have gone into the house out of concern, if not anything else.
I thought the interview with Juror 11 with Sue O'Connell was really interesting. I thought all of her points she brought up, and she's a lawyer in Brazil, was all around reasonable doubt.
Right. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of political, social connotations with that. That's my read.
Every one of them has said that she didn't hit him with the car. Like, they all believe he was not hit by the car. All the the foreman, the juror number 4 who came out first to TMZ, juror 11, and then I don't know that the black-haired.
I don't think she said it. because she
athletic
believed
person
that
has
she
said
was
it.
guilty.
But then also, Jess Machado and John DePietro have interviewed jurors that are on paper only, like not with the person coming on screen or anything. And all of them are just like, it was proven she didn't hit him with the car. We don't think that she did it. So
Right.
it's not even reasonable doubt. It's innocence. And that's what the other side is having such a hard time accepting, is how cut and dry it is to these 12 people pretty much. So they're looking for other reasons to blame, that the jury was tampered with, TB got to them, they're following
Right.
FKR stuff, or they don't speak English. Like, it's
Right.
ridiculous. It's that obvious. If people with an open mind can watch the evidence as it was presented at trial, the Commonwealth proved nothing. The defense proved he wasn't hit by a car. They
Yeah.
didn't have to put on a single
Yeah,
witness.
I agree with you, but like, and it's not just that side. It's like anytime anything happens, either side rushes to like, oh, the jury was tampered with.
Yeah.
Like when the fucking
Well,
when
the last time we had evidence.
We don't do that. We don't do that.
without a
Yeah.
doubt,
When the
Free Karen Read
foreman-
does do that. Like
Well,
when
we
the
had
jury
never-
came back
we've
and was
never
like,
done that.
I'm not saying you specifically, right? But like I'm in chats and like when the jury came back and had the deliberation and then we're like, never mind, chats blew up with
Yeah.
tampered jury.
Well, that's
because
because
of
of trial
It was.
one.
It
Because
was.
we
There's a plan.
experienced that
Fanning
with
was in
trial
charge
one
because of the
with
foreman.
There's a
Fanning.
plan.
The foreman should have been weeded out. Either he wasn't honest about the fact that he had been hit by a car and that he was a former Leo, and also then he filed. What was his
Fraudulent. He filed a fraudulent motion saying that they could hear
right?
protesters
He
during the
lied.
deliberation, which
That
was a
wasn't
lie.
true. So there's a lot of fuckery there. And by the way,
And
Fanning,
he wouldn't let the other jurors ask questions to the juror.
One
to
at
the
a
judge.
time. One at a time. Let everybody talk. Go, Janine.
yeah, no, I said my piece. Yeah, Fanning.
Little Miss, where were you at when you saw when you were?
Oh.
Did you get to watch the verdict?
Oh, sorry,
live?
Danny. I was in the chat. Sorry, what was that?
Did you get to watch the verdict live?
Yeah, but the thing was, I did, but I fell asleep.
You fell asleep
little
during
miss.
the 10 minutes that we've been waiting on for 3 years.
Well, what time? Yeah, what time was it by you?
I missed. I missed. I got the chia, and then I got something else because I lay on the sofa for a bit, and then I woke up and like it was. I thought, hang on, where's everybody gone?
Is she in jail or is she home?
So I had to
Sherry
rewind. I had to
D.
go watch it again.
Sherry D.
What's up, Sherry D?
Janine was asking what time it was for you there, little miss. When the
Hang on a
verdict
minute.
came
Let me
in.
look at my clock.
No, when the verdict came in.
Oh, sorry. What time was it?
3 p.m. our time. So what would that be
Right,
for
hang on,
you?
3. Oh, it was only 8 o'clock, but I was really tired and I'd not slept much, so I
Lay
fell
down the
asleep
wrong way.
for a bit. I know it's dangerous.
So just to put a finer point on the points I was making about the foreman's comment.
Good old Janine.
What bothered that about me was it's not really privilege, it's connection. There's more reason why they didn't go into, it just, I don't know, leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
He may have used the wrong word, but I get that that's what he was connotating. That
I don't
anyone
know.
else.
I don't know if I do.
He said anyone else, including he said if it would have been anyone else, they would have come into the house.
Right. Well, yeah, because he was a cop. Because he was a cop, and I don't know. I guess I don't see that as privilege. I feel like it's one of those terms that's being thrown about, because
Like a buzzword.
It's a buzzword, right? And it's like, what does it really even mean? He was a connected guy. He was a cop, and his brother was a cop. That's
But
where
at the same time, if he were looking at it from like a racist white privilege standpoint,
well, that's the thing.
He could have said, well, my friends and relatives have been in the same place as Karen and they haven't gotten off with anything. Why would I let her get off?
Right, but it's not an apples to apples comparison. If John were on my lawn, they would have gone into my home. I'm white.
I personally think from that statement, even though it was my first time hearing it, I think like the implication is blue privilege, not like
That's what I gathered,
not
too.
like a white privilege thing. But I can totally understand where Janine's coming
Well,
from.
maybe, and like I don't know. It's just I feel as though it's just a term that's just totally overused. And
I wish he would have used a different term as well.
Right.
But
Privilege fatigue,
I don't think he meant it as white privilege. So,
Yeah, it's privilege.
He's saying it.
It's like enough is enough. Like, I mean, stop
Yeah,
it.
for
Right?
real.
You know, speak into specificity.
Because honestly, I would have been scared if he had a thing about white privilege based off what I just said about he could have taken it out on Karen.
Exactly. Like he was defending Karen as if she was not getting the privilege either.
I mean, I could just look at it and say, well, you know, people I know haven't had the money or attention that you have, so you're going to deal the same consequences they have.
Yeah.
If he felt that way just against, you know, white privilege in general. So I really think it was about the police.
Right.
Yeah, because he went on to mention
but the comment, what I'm focusing on
What's
is
up, MJ?
it's not
Yo.
rural,
What up?
specific to the house. You know, that's what I'm relating it to. But it's fine.
MJ.
Hi, MJ.
Hey. Two more and we've got our Brady Bunch.
Two more. Two more.
MJ.
So I found Vinny interviewed that juror number 11.
Oh wait, can
Y'all
I
wanna watch
just
that real quick?
we missed
After
somebody's
Shenanigans.
birthday recently.
Whose?
MJ.
Jury number 11. I mean, juror
MJ
number
didn't
11.
want to announce her birthday?
How did you know it was my birthday recently?
Facebook, I'm
Probably
assuming.
I probably talk about astrology all the time.
Probably the day I didn't look
and
at Facebook.
I totally no, I'm not on Facebook with MJ. I'm not on Facebook with anyone, but I remembered MJ, and I think it was like right before Memorial Day, and then I was like, ah, shit, I totally forgot about MJ's birthday. Happy belated! It's your shared birthday with Danny.
I don't want to share a birthday with him.
When was your
Only a month
actual
apart.
birthday, MJ?
It was
Happy belated.
it was a month ago, right? Yeah, May
Yeah.
23rd.
Yeah, you're not even close. You can't handle the pressure of being born today.
Listen,
June
Happy
21st.
belated birthday, MJ.
Danny.
You couldn't
I
handle the
should be-
solstice of it. It's a lot
I
of
should be
solstice.
dancing under the moon, celebrating summer.
Well, I'm born on an equinox, so
Oh, hold on, my stupid niece is here. Hi.
God.
Aw.
How to get a new blanket?
Wait. Sherry D has a really good question in the chat.
Why?
Yeah, no, I'm a virgin. I have no clue what I would do in that situation.
I mean, surely he put his drawers on after Jim McCabe came in the bedroom and woke him up. Like he didn't just get out of the bed naked with his sister-in-law there, right?
Let's hope not. Let's hope
If
not.
anyone believes those two were bumping nasties, y'all are like that's like the biggest lie of this whole story.
ew.
There's no sex life in that relationship whatsoever.
Who's this? Who are we talking about?
Brian and Nicole. I mean, come on. Look at those two.
Oh
Yeah.
my God! Right?
You've been gone all day, drinking, partying all night. The first thing you're not doing, you done popped all your meds that night and passed out. If there wasn't an actual murder happening, y'all weren't
Yeah.
up and having sex and then calling your friends and come on.
Right.
Yeah, and if they're doing coke, then his dick's not going to work.
And Mary B would know.
Hey, I went to pharmacy school.
I'm messing with you, girl. I know that too.
Yeah, she knows. Let's see what Vinny has to say about her.
11.
Mary, it's our
For
buddy.
murder in the second degree. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. Two. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. is not guilty or guilty of that charge or the lesser included charge. Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? 003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you.
That's a good perspective of it right there too. I like that view of it where you can see her face really well.
Yeah, relief.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like being able to see her face, but it's misleading because the cheers didn't come in until after the third not guilty, and the family has said it's because of the delay in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you listen to the crowd outside, you can hear people start getting excited after the first not guilty, and other people I'm telling to wait, don't get excited yet. Like you can hear them wait till they heard the third not guilty. So I don't know how much of a delay it was because I've listened to a lot of the crowd feed, and you can hear that like certain people start hollering out prematurely, and they tell them to
Yeah.
stop.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know
I
that.
think it's
Yeah.
about a 6-second delay on the camera, especially if you're going live stream, because for me to the people in the chat, it's a few seconds.
I just wish there were more camera angles because there's so many people who haven't been able to give feedback on different perspectives from in the jury in the courtroom, like Hank's face or the defense or counsel table's face, the
Oh,
jury's
well, you're not gonna get
faces.
all that. It's not
I
like a
know,
damn.
but
This
there's
ain't
so
no
many
damn
people they've interviewed, and they're
reality
like, well,
show. It's real life.
well, Sue Connell said
You're
she was
lucky we get to
watching the
watch it.
jurors, but like I've tried to listen to everyone to hear, like no one has said they were watching the O'Keefe's, and we can only see up to Paul in that one frame.
Yeah.
So I just
All
wish
of that is here nor there. I don't care about
maybe to
Hank's
you,
face
I
or
would have
his
been
reaction.
interested to know what Hank's and
Hank came to
Lally.
lose this
Right.
thing. And that's
I
a
would
good
love to have seen Lally's expression knowing he did a better job than Hank.
Right.
Well, he really didn't.
He really did, because the
I
only
think
thing
he
they
did.
proved was OUI, and the
I think
people
the
that
defense focused too much last time on the conspiracy
Yeah.
theory.
No, I
This
think
time, if they would have focused on this last time, they would have gotten the same result.
yeah. Agree.
Brennan took more risks than
But I mean, they didn't focus on the damn collision last
Well,
time,
right.
or the lack
It has
thereof.
nothing to do with who the prosecutor was.
Brennan
But
is a
even
better lawyer. I mean,
oh
he's
yeah,
a
he's a
scumbag.
better
He's a
lawyer,
good
Bob.
lawyer. But he
Brennan
just
had all of us over here fucking worried.
Yeah,
I
he's
He
a
wasn't
was doing
better
worried.
whatever he
lawyer. I'm
wanted
just
to do,
saying that
and fucking
one of
Bev
the
would never fucking tell him to shut up or tell him that he did something wrong. It's like, dude, you just violated a bunch of shit. And she's like, oh, it's okay. It's
but
Oh,
I'll
it's
instruct the
fine.
jury. I'll do a jury instruction.
one
Can you
of the
imagine
few
what
Bitch fucking
witnesses.
had a conniption fit when she thought the defense did something over a phone call or over a
So,
payment that didn't happen.
And
when
I
it
hope they
was
appeal that
ridiculous.
because that's ridiculous. None of them should be sanctioned over that with ARCA.
I
right?
don't think they will be.
Over concerns.
Well, right now they do have a sanction against them, and I'm
They
hoping that
do?
they can appeal it. Yeah, that's what happened that day. So anytime AJ is in court in the future, he can be asked, "Have you ever been sanctioned by a judge?" And he would have to answer honestly, yes. But I'm hoping that they will appeal that because mainly I think it was just AJ and Liza. Like I don't
I
think it
thought
went
it
against.
was. I thought the board had to sanction them. I didn't think the judge
No,
could.
no.
Like,
Sanctions go to the judge.
Right,
They-
but they can
wow.
appeal it. Yeah, they can appeal it, and I'm hoping that they will because that was ridiculous. They've got enough to show that she was extremely biased and actually kind of dumb on a lot of her decisions.
So Alan Jackson told Howie Carr he'll be back in a month.
Yeah.
Why is he gonna be back in a month?
Well, I know someone on TV show asked if it had anything to do with TV's hearing. He's like, no, Alan's not coming back for that. And Karen really doesn't have any other hearings from now. So maybe he's just coming back on like a press tour, is what I
For the
thought.
party. He's coming back for the
Maybe.
party.
Yeah.
There better be a fucking party.
You know there's going to be a lot of parties.
Oh my God.
I just hope
I'll
if she
be
has
there.
any
So.
stipulations that she can't drink, that she better not drink in public because I have no idea
Yeah.
what her probation is like, but you know everybody's going to be videoing her everywhere she goes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, she can drink. She just can't drink. She just can't operate.
Well, I don't know what that 24D course. I mean, a lot
Yeah.
of times they can't even drink. Like you basically have
Yeah.
to go into AA and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of times, especially with like an OUI or a DUI, a lot of times that it's one of the stipulations.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I'm just hoping she doesn't get busted that way because you know, not only FKR, but everyone's going to be videoing her everywhere she goes.
Yeah. You know, I personally, I just think that she should move to Montana. You know,
Well,
like go to a fucking island, make it the Karen Read Islands. Let's do a fundraiser for that so she could
I
just.
mean, her brother mentioned like California and Florida and stuff. I'm like, there's just as
Ugh.
many FKR people in those states.
Yeah.
Like,
I saw a really, really nice house in Costa Rica for like $300,000.
You should send it to her.
Make it a compound.
But then again, I don't know what her probation is. She might not can leave, you know, a certain mile
Right.
from her house. Like, I don't know.
For a
No,
year.
I think I think there was like some news clip that said she doesn't have to stay in Massachusetts.
Like, she
can
doesn't
leave.
have to report leaving and stuff like that.
Yeah.
She'll probably have
Well,
to
you
tell
probably got to
them.
report it, but it's not
Yeah,
like
but
restricted.
yeah, exactly. Like she's allowed to leave the state.
Right.
Because she's going to be leaving a lot on this press tour. I mean, I can promise you between the documentary being made and the movies and the books, like, when Janine was talking earlier about that, like, crash that she's eventually going to have, I don't
Yeah.
know if that's how quick that's going to happen because of everything that she's got going on.
Right.
It may be like after all of the media attention's gone, which is going to be a while. And then she's got the
Right.
civil suit. So she might not actually crash for a couple of years, but there's going to be an eventual time where she's going to be lost and having to find her new identity.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that just I understand what you're saying. There is going to be you know, the adrenaline rush of all of this. However, what I'm hoping for is, and I'm sure it's like there is going to be a crash from that, like a big crash, like a profound crash. But I think after this experience, right? You're found not guilty. You don't have to go to court. No more filings. No more. I mean, like all of it. It's like a way of life for the past 3 years.
Yeah, like the
there has
simple
to
thing
be.
they brought up about picking out what suit you were wearing the next day. It was like a big revelation to her, like, oh, I don't have to do that today. Just a little
Right.
thing.
So that in the immediacy of it, like that, I feel like even though yes, she's going to be bombarded with a lot, but she's not working, right? And she's kind of limited in what she can do. She can't drive. She's probably going to stay put for a little while. I mean, whatever she decides to do, I'm hoping that she can have a little bit of a crash and maybe just take a breather, you know?
Yeah. I think she's very realistic in where, especially her parents are in their life and what they've gone through these past 3 years. Like, if I were her, I would spend like the most amount of time I could with my parents after this because, like, you never know what's going to happen with them, and you've got a lot of, she's got the rest of her life, but she could.
What up,
One of
Joe?
them could fall and break a hip and be in the, it could be something
Right.
that quick that happens with one of them.
Right.
So I'm just hoping that she doesn't get overwhelmed with everything else and kind of let the next couple of years fly by as far as her parents.
Right.
Joe Biffle's back in the house.
Joe, you found us.
Joe Biffle.
Found us again. But anyways, a friend of mine was trying to call me. We were born on the same day in the same hospital.
Oh,
Then his
shit,
wife,
really?
He should be like waiting to chat. So if he is, what's up, Mo?
Has he
Been
joined
on a
your
long
channel?
time. He probably will, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You better like and subscribe. Hurry his ass up.
Oh yeah, he will. He will. We worked together for a long time. But we were both born in the same hospital on the same day.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Small world, isn't it?
He's black and I'm white. We used to tell everybody we're twins. Which we
Hey,
still tell everybody that. That's what he's saying. You know, what's up,
Did y'all
twin?
go to
Happy
school
birthday.
together and stuff?
No, it was mainly. I think we met when I was bartending. We worked in
Now
both
that's
of us worked
weird.
in bars.
Like to meet up later in life like that. Right.
Mhm. Yeah. But he'll probably be in here in a second. You got to wait 5 minutes to chat now.
Well, we were
I
still
said check
watching
back.
Vinny's interview of the juror, right?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
This is it.
Wall. All rise.
That's some shit right there, boy. What'd you say? Calypso's going? She's leaving. Gotta
Just a lot of
run.
other people in the chat telling her good night.
Yeah, I'm glad she found us again. It's so hard to get people back.
Well, like
Way harder.
Rubicon and certain people have been DMing me, and I can't keep up with who's in what room. So, if there's anybody, we need to look at, I guess, who's on your new list and try to narrow down who hasn't found us yet.
Rubicon is subscribed.
Okay.
She was subscribed to the last one. She's a lurker. She may be here right now. You never know. Which is weird because this is some of her best chat friends. But
But she doesn't
Larry's
understand
on anywhere,
Discord, but
that's when
she's getting
at.
better at it.
She knows what she's doing. She's got like 6 degrees. She testifies
Joe,
in court.
I agree with you completely. Like, DePietro's on right now, and I couldn't even go through his video to try to find a timestamp for Danny because it was so disgusting. His chat and him were just making me nauseous.
Who?
Joe DePietro. I was
Oh,
trying to find where he was mocking the juror, and he's live right now, and his chat is just so disgusting.
Anyways, my buddy Mo's up in here. He'll be chatting in a minute. What's up, Mo?
Happy birthday, Mo.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Hi, Mo.
Happy birthday, twin.
Sorry, I missed that, Danny. Who's Mo?
One for the ages. Never seen anything like it. Okay, it is time. I am joined by Paula Prado, one of the 12 jurors in the Karen Read retrial of this century. Paula, thank you so much for joining us tonight. First of all, are you feeling okay? This has been a lot. This has been a long process.
There he is. What up, Mo? Y'all couldn't even carry in one truck how much weed me and Mo smoked together.
Is Purge audio, Mo?
I would assume so.
What's up,
Happy
Mo? Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Mo.
Sounds like him. But yeah, that's my buddy right
Process. You feeling
there.
okay?
Real life, not internet. Not internet.
Tonight.
So you're closer to him. We get it.
Yeah, it's just a bit tired with everything that has been going on, especially today, but I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so we appreciate that.
Mo's headed to Longhorn for that birthday meal.
That's
Gotta
a good one.
Gotta eat for me too. Eat for me too. I'm not getting no birthday meal this year. I'm hanging out on YouTube.
Let me ask you, first of all, not guilty or factually innocent? In your mind tonight, not guilty meaning prosecutors didn't prove it. That's the standard in our courtrooms, we understand. Do you believe that she was just not proven guilty, or do you believe she was factually innocent, meaning you are convinced she had nothing to do with the death of John O'Keefe?
Not guilty and innocent. In my personal opinion, she is innocent. I can't see his death being caused by a collision. I'm not sure if a collision happened. I've mentioned before that maybe she touched him, maybe she...
Oh, damn. We hit the damn milestone and passed it, and I didn't even notice.
Which
So
one?
we're now at 51. We passed
Good
50.
job, Danny.
We passed
Yay.
50.
Happy birthday.
Yay. 200 more. We'll be back where we were. Go out there
We'll
and
get
get
them
them.
there.
Back up a little fast
Get out there and get them.
and hit a curb or got too close to him and he had to step away or something. But I don't think her car pushed John O'Keefe to death, that pushed him away and made him hit his head on the floor and kill him. So not guilty and innocent.
And you just mentioned one potential theory there. Is that what you think may have happened here to John O'Keefe? What are your thoughts about how John O'Keefe could have ended up dead on the yard of 34 Fairview?
Yeah, again, it's a theory. The same way I couldn't prove that Karen Read was guilty, I can't prove what happened inside that house, what happened that night. But I do believe that because of the amount of alcohol both of them had, John O'Keefe had more to drink than Karen. Maybe when he left the car, she could back up too fast and touch him, and that could be an explanation for him to lose his shoes or for his phone to fall down and get in pocket state, which was something that the data showed us. But in my opinion, he got up and he went inside the house with or without shoes. I don't know when he lost his shoes eventually, but I don't think he died outside. I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside.
And do you have because it's not clear, and the defense was talking about the garage. In the first trial, they talked about the basement. Do you have any idea where in the house he may have gone, and why do you think that?
Assuming that a lot of the witnesses that was in the house that night didn't see him, all the Brian, his friends, the people who are celebrating his birthday, assuming that none of them saw him, so maybe he went inside the house through the garage. And during trial, there was a moment with a picture of the garage that was hidden from us. We had to leave the courtroom and then come back, and we don't know why the garage door has to be blurred for us. I don't know why we can see pictures from inside the garage or having an idea how the inside the garage look. But I remember in one of the witnesses, the last one, Dr. La Posada, she mentioned that he saw pictures of a real estate agency of the garage inside, but was objected and we didn't hear from her what was inside the garage, but raised doubts, raised questions.
So just the fact that there was a question about it. So what was your interpretation of why you weren't allowed to see it? Like, what's the impact of that on you? That's something I'm always very curious about, when there's a piece of evidence that one side wants in, and then all of a sudden you're not allowed to see it. What did you take away from that?
It becomes suspicious. If there is something over there that the Commonwealth didn't want us to see, it's because it could be something beneficial to Karen Read. And what could be beneficial for Karen Read regarding a garage door or a picture of inside the garage coming from a real estate? I don't know, but I think that was a question for a lot of us.
Fascinating. How quickly did the entire jury agree that there wasn't a collision?
I cannot count Friday as a day we actually start deliberating. On Friday was just more as everybody just want to talk because we've been silent about this case for so long. And we really want to just put it out our impressions, what we think about the trial, this evidence, X, Y, and Z. So it was very chaotic. But Monday we start to be more organized and checking the witnesses and checking our notebooks, what one juror had written, what I did, and what other did. So we can check facts and see and remember everything that we heard and saw it. There were people who didn't believe Karen Read killed him, and there was also, I would say 30% that was like in the fence, and there were two people who want to think she was guilty, and we had to talk through it.
And how long did it take to talk through it for every?
Dean. So are you trying to sell 47 like a jersey, like a team jersey, you know? Is that what you're trying to do? Maybe pony up some money and get some people to unsubscribe so we can be 47.
Everyone to agree that, hey, this wasn't a collision. Now we've got to talk about the operating under the influence charge.
The next 3 days, pretty much. Whole Monday, whole Tuesday, we are going through it.
Okay. I didn't know if you had reached it on one and then we're just focused on the other, but it was a continuing conversation. Let me ask you, do you have any idea what was going on outside?
No, and it's bothering me that some people think we are influenced by the Karen Read supporters, that we are hearing them and we felt pressure or something. We couldn't hear anything. We didn't see them in the courthouse because the bus always dropped us off in the back of the courthouse, and the streets were closed. Police were protecting us. The people from the court, the security guards, they were all protecting us. So no way we couldn't see what was happening in front of the court. Sometimes we would drive by and see a pink shirt here and there, but that was it. Not that big crowd. And we couldn't hear. Bottom line, we couldn't hear.
Okay, let's get into some of the evidence here. What was the most important piece of evidence?
They were quiet for 3 days. People start talking and they're like, oh, shh.
Yeah, I thought we did a very good job.
Yeah, it was good. Everybody stay quiet.
It's Cheryl, though. Like, it's really hard keeping her quiet. She's so loud.
I didn't hear Cheryl's chant about where is Chloe when I was asking in the chat what was everyone's favorite chant post-verdict. And she said she started one about where is Chloe. And that's probably one of the only ones I didn't hear. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, we'll probably hear that one of her videos.
Yeah. You're supposed to send me some videos. And we'll watch those as soon as I can get them. But this isn't like an entire episode. I think it's only another minute or two of her.
Evidence for you, physical evidence, whether it's a video or something tangible. What was the most important piece that helped you understand what happened?
The piece of tail light definitely was very important to me. Seeing the broke tail light compared to a new one, comparing to his shirts, comparing to the little pieces. So putting everything together around the tail light was very important. And the holes on John O'Keefe hoodie, it didn't feel like something coming from the plastic of the tail light, the shape of the holes. So that raised suspicion to me and reasonable doubt. His arm injuries for sure, seeing close-up pictures of his arms and the autopsy pictures in general, looking for more injuries, more evidence of a collision from a car at 24 miles per hour. And I couldn't see it, and none of us could.
That's interesting, right? I said, what's the most important piece of evidence? And you pointed out a couple of things, but there's also a lack of evidence, which is significant as well. Who was the most important witness?
The medical examiners were very important. The engineers from ARCA, to me, were very important. But also the witness who didn't behave as we expected. Their demeanor in the court, in the stand, they were nervous, they were not answering directly. So we observed that too. So most important witness for me was ARCA, both of the engineers who came, but also observe Officer Dever and Officer Buchanan and how they interacted with the lawyers in court. That also was very important to me.
Did you feel at any point during this trial that anyone was misleading you or trying to mislead you, whether it's one of the lawyers or one of the witnesses?
Every day, I think that's something that we comment in the deliberation room, that we felt lied from everyone, everywhere. Like some moments, I know attorneys, they needed to make the drama and point out things and say things that they know they're not supposed to say, but they try to put it out there so we can think about it. I felt some witnesses hide information. Not sure if they lied on stand, but hide information for sure. And the lawyers were they're doing their jobs. They're just trying to lead us in the direction that was convenient to them.
Okay, I get the part with the lawyers. From the witnesses, which witnesses did you feel were trying to hide something from you?
I think Jen McCabe was. I think O'Hara, Officer O'Hara. Don't remember his first name. He was shaking. He was very, very nervous during the trial. I'm not sure about the name, but I think Officer Keefe too. Buchanan, he seems to be very uncomfortable, and something he said didn't seem believable.
Now, was there any witness that you wanted to hear from that did not testify in the trial? Because there were a lot of names talked about during the course of the trial, but not all of them testified. Was there anyone that you wanted to hear from that neither side called to the witness stand?
Definitely, I would really want to hear from Brian Higgins and Brian Albert or Nicole Albert. It was a surprise to all of us that none of them were come to the stand. I didn't know their faces. I just
Hold on, Joe Biffle. Free donuts. I wish I had known that when the donut place was open.
heard their names. I didn't even know who Michael Proctor was until I learned through trial that he was a former officer, so he was fired. But because he was fired and so many people brought his investigation to the spotlight, I think I didn't need to see him, but I really want to see Higgins and Albert.
And what did you want to hear them talk about?
Please, what Brian Higgins was doing in the middle of the night, on the 29th of January, 2022, in the Canton Police Department. And really, Brian Alberts and Nicole, you guys didn't hear, didn't see, didn't notice, felt what was going on outside.
Even better, Joe.
Those big question marks.
Okay, imagine that Karen Read is with you in a room. What questions do you have for Karen Read?
How can you be so calm all the time? Honestly, that's shocking to me. First of all, I'm sorry that she went through this whole thing, and I want to hear from her, like, how she maintained herself so calm and so present and so participative in the whole trial, how she maintained herself so firm all the time, honestly.
Do you have any questions of her about what happened that night?
I think she said enough about what happened. And if I had a chance to talk to her, I wouldn't go on this subject at all. I want to know about her, I want to learn about her, her personality, her likes, her life, whatever, what she has to say to teach, to show us something for the future. I wouldn't ask about the past. That was draining for everybody. And imagine it for her, for Keith's family. What happened that night was presented to us in court. She said many times on television, there is docuseries, there is documentary, there is interviews. I can find that online, no problem.
How about the investigators? What questions do you have for the men and women who were investigating this case?
Why no report? Why the investigation seems so sloppy? Why you guys didn't ask for ring camera of the neighbors? Why you didn't call the owners of the house? Why the video on the Sally Port record inverted? Why you didn't collect evidence right away and left in the floor of a hospital and didn't secure evidence once it was in a Canton Police Department? So many questions. All the holes that we found in the investigation, I want to ask.
You mentioned so many questions. I have so many more questions. And Paula Prado, juror number 11, is going to stay with us. We really appreciate it. I know she's tired, but she's being a good trooper tonight and helping us out. All right, folks, so when we come back, more of our...
About the friends and family of John O'Keefe. How are they handling all of this? Tonight, we investigate.
Anyways, I just wanted to watch her on there.
Little Miss.
So, Mary B.
Yeah.
Mary B.
What's up?
Little Miss wants to know what kind of debauchery you and Janine and everybody got into while y'all were boots on the ground in it.
Well, so I went on a few different Tuesdays, And, you know, at the beginning, there weren't many people and like we couldn't really be anywhere. It was very weird. And then as like when the buffer zone got like changed and stuff, it was like we could actually see people. So that was cooler. And then, but the last time I went on Tuesday, oh my God, it was like a festival. It was so crazy. But like from all the times that I'd been there before, I knew to be prepared with like a chair and like umbrellas, like bring some stuff in my bag so that, you know, I'm okay. Especially because we had to park far away. But yeah, if you get there and you're prepared and like you have a nice seat and you're good to go. And it's a lot of fun.
Sorry, I'm just interested to hear how you all got on, Mary B, because it looked on the verdict. Were you there on the verdict day?
No, I was there the day before. I had to
Cheryl,
work.
I think, wasn't Cheryl the only chat rat there? I mean, I
Yeah, I
don't know
think
about
so.
Connor, but
Connor told me on Tuesday he wasn't going to be able to make it Wednesday.
so Cheryl with an S is pretty much the only one who's in chat right now who was physically there for the verdict, I think.
Mary B, were you in where it was the buffer zone where you were away from the court then? Could you not go near the court?
Yeah, so that was like the first, maybe the first couple times I went there, we would have to stay beyond the buffer zone sign like all together. And when things started getting relaxed, like you could go past that sign as long as you weren't wearing something that said Karen Read or, and you still like had to leave the sidewalks open and stuff. So we were able to go across the street and like Robert Alessi came over and cheered with us one time. Well, actually he did it a couple times, but like the first time he did it, there weren't that many people there because it was pouring that day. But yeah, he came over and cheered with us and
took pictures.
Oh yeah, took a picture with Janine. And yeah, it was just so that yeah, as soon as we could get closer to the courthouse, it seemed, you know, we could actually support her because when we were down the street, like she would drive by. I never got there early enough for the early morning drive by, but like then when we're able to go near the courthouse, we see her like at the lunch break and the other break and when they go in and when they leave. So it got much better.
Did it make it all more real for you being there?
Definitely did. It's like you just feel like you're part of the group, you know, like Nathan comes over and just hangs out with us, like, you know, talks to us about when they're coming out, how long it's going to be. And he's just like part of the crowd. And same with Alessi, you know, he comes over and he's like, I'm going to cheer with you. And he was like, yay, David Yannetti. And now that I know that they're like, they have this bromance, makes it so much cuter.
I think I think the Read family really appreciated all that the boots on the ground did. I know Cheryl with an S was exhausted, I think, from all of that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, like, when they were leaving the courtroom and stuff, there was, like, specific people that they were, like, waving to because it's, like, they were there every day. So, like, I think I remember her, Karen, like, packing the stuff in the car, and she yelled something about, like, tell Bella hi for me or something like that, or how's she doing or something like that. Like, very personal with the people.
I think it made a difference to the Read family for sure because they mentioned it quite a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean that's a big deal. Like, it's no one's ever experienced something like this.
The problem is you have to remember, like for the first almost year.
So Glenn finally found us again. What's up, Glenn?
Oh, there's Glenn. Hi.
For the first year of this, it was pretty much the Read family against the world. So
Yeah, no doubt. Anyways, Glenn, no more wrenches. Everybody, I don't know what got the other one burned, but let's keep the comments about derogatory shit to a minimum and the jokes to a maximum.
Yeah, just wish Danny a happy birthday and his friend Mo.
Yeah, we miss Glenn.
The old gang's getting back together.
It's not even an old gang. It was only a month ago.
Back in the day, remember that?
Yeah.
Oh God, back in the day, do you remember the mopping, Danny?
You gotta subscribe to chat, Ginger. So if they're chatting, you know they're subscribed.
I miss my
Because I don't want to be offering people wrenches for subscriptions, because that's wrong too. Could have been me. That's why I ain't doing it. And Cherry said don't do it, so I'm not doing it.
You do you, Danny.
Yeah. It was hard enough to get that 250, and man, that thing, oh, that hurt bad.
Yeah, that was messed up, dude.
So sudden. So sudden. I do have false memories, yeah. Lots of false memories.
Yeah, so everyone, when you're in other chats, we're allowed to bring people over to Rat House Media.
We're allowed to?
Danny should go get them.
Without getting us in trouble, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
be
don't say
careful.
leave your stream right now. Like after the stream's over, subscribe to Rat House Media. You know.
Yeah. The end of chat isn't that bad, but don't go get timed out by SD or nothing. Or James Jackson, because
I gotta say, me and SD are girls. Like we're on Facebook and we talk a good bit. Like she'll let me have some passes. Not to brag. I can get
Who,
her to have
SD, you
a
said?
password. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're bragging, Golene.
I'm
I
just
thought
saying that I feel like I'm able to get some points in for Danny if SD's my only person who comes between us.
well, like I said, James Jackson's in there too, so no telling what state of mind that kid's in. Don't get timed out, that's all I'm saying. Don't get in trouble. Gonna be what it's gonna be.
we never get in trouble.
Says the person who had to beg for a month to get back in Blair's chat.
I didn't do anything wrong. It was a butt hide.
Yeah.
He even said it. He's
Wow.
like, I know who Mary B is. I'm sure she didn't do anything for that. I was like,
Tombstones is here.
Danny's winding Mary B up again.
Yeah, Tombstone's already being pretty questionable in the chat. We might need to question Tombstones.
Yeah, I don't think saying the words is a big
Yeah,
deal.
stop.
Yeah,
I'm just messing with you, Tombstone.
but there are some links scrolling across the bottom of the page. It is definitely my birthday, and I'm hanging out with you kids.
Yeah, Danny, I might have to hit you up next week, but everyone who's free to hit him up tonight, you'll hit him up tonight.
But if you can't,
Have we
don't.
not-
It ain't that big a deal.
Danny, have we not got an happy birthday tune for you?
Ooh.
Oh, what?
We were hoping
Have we not
Penny
got
would
an
come
happy
in
birthday
and
tune?
sing for him.
Betty said she was coming, but she must have dinner must have taken longer than suspected.
Danny,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to say, have we not got a happy birthday tune for you?
A happy birthday what?
Tune.
No, we ain't got no happy birthday tune.
Why not?
We were waiting for Petty to come up and sing to him personally.
Yeah.
No.
Happy birthday to you.
No way.
Oh, come on, little miss, do it.
Okay.
Let's.
Are you ready, Danny?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Danny. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
There you go. With sound effects. Wrenchless and Sherry Idle, yeah.
Fiona says happy birthday. Hi, happy
Thank
birthday.
you, Fiona's.
She's so cute.
Is it Fiona's birthday as well?
No.
Oh.
No, she was just
Yeah.
saying happy birthday to
It's
Dan.
Fiona's birthday. It's
It is
Fiona's
Mo's in the
birthday.
chat, though, if you're feeling generous and want to sing to Mo.
Who's Mo?
It's Danny's friend from the hospital when they were born.
Oh,
Same day, same hospital, but he's headed to Longhorn to make it a good one.
did you meet him in the hospital, Danny? Did you know who he was?
Yeah, they were in the nursery. Like, hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
What's your name gonna be? I don't know.
Yeah, they almost
Who are
got
you?
us mixed up. They almost got us mixed up.
Are you going to be Rat Daddy when you grow old?
No,
Are you sure they didn't mix you up?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
It was close though. It was close.
Sorry. Happy birthday, Mo. I missed that bit. Sorry.
Oh yeah. You missed it when I was talking about my friend that was born the same day.
Oh,
Oh, no.
is he in the chat?
She
He
must
was.
have been.
He's probably eating steak right now. He's eating some birthday steak at the Longhorn Steakhouse right now.
Yes, that's the best place to go. You get that
Yeah,
bread.
yeah.
We've got
Hell
them
yeah.
in the UK. Longhorn.
I didn't know that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Do people in the UK know what a Longhorn is?
No.
Steakhouse.
They have pictures of them, don't they?
What
Don't they
are
have, like-
they?
It's like a bull, right?
What, the steak?
No, longhorn.
Oh.
I
think it's a type of bull, but I don't know.
Very famous cattle.
Dinner roll. It's a yeast
Oh,
roll.
hang on. Tombstone said it's a horn that's long. Is he winding you up?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
It's for juicy steaks.
And pretty good cheese fries too as an appetizer.
Yeah, they got some good food, ain't no doubt. Dean, are you awake yet?
Are you reading the chat?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah, there is, Glenn. How did you know?
Oh, that's Cherry. Cherry. Hi.
Hey, Jerry.
Dun, dun, dun.
Terry should come on and sing happy birthday in her cute little voice.
What was wrong with my cute little voice?
I'm saying in continuance with yours. I'm not saying as opposition.
Yes, you are.
I am. Dang it, little miss. I am not.
You
Stop trying
sing
to
it,
start
Lolly.
fighting.
You sing it.
No, everyone would leave this chat if I sang. I cannot sing, and I would not subject y'all to that.
Dude, when something happened to me at work today that was like really bad.
Gingy needs me to play the song so that she can find Glenn and Joe's rats.
All right, let's do it.
I'm trying to think of
Danny, can we put the hands at the end?
it's difficult. It's hard to change
Oh.
these.
He thinks he might have
Okay.
even gotten a copyright for that whole video with the song
Oh, there's no doubt.
because of the old cartoon.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Danny. Is that my fault?
Absolutely, little miss.
Yeah,
No,
nice
I mean,
job.
it was the outro. So it got
messing with you.
got played once every stream, sometimes 3 times.
He did say he sent it to you personally, though, to where you could watch it whenever you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hen sent it.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to request it from Danny. You could chat right dance all day
Yeah, but-
long without us.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know where it is.
Clerk, what's the
Dean?
mod thing you did? Clerk did a mod thing.
Uh-oh.
Who got
Uh-oh,
booted?
that's scary.
Kick someone out?
There's no
Got
way.
kicked out.
There's no way.
Did a comment get hidden?
Give us
I
the
don't know.
tea.
I don't know. But the mod rules now are just delete the comment. I'll put people in timeout.
Well, you're gonna have
Nobody
to
needs
send
that.
Miss
It's
the link
only
again
15
so she
people
can
here.
listen to.
Yeah.
You have to
None of
send
that.
the
I don't think any of that stuff got us in trouble. We just got to be careful that we don't get dinged because there are other reasons that y'all don't know about. Not that you don't know about, but like we don't want to be found out. We want to stay secret.
Just send it to her where she can get her fill all day long.
She's already got it. Hen sent it to her.
She
I've
says
got
she
it.
has
I've
to
just
go
got
very
to find it.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Is that Toy sending it? Or is she?
I don't know what
Hi,
Toy
Toy.
just posted in the chat. What is that? Is that the
I
song?
don't know. Hi, Toy.
If Hen sent it to you directly, it'll be in your DMs from Hen on the homepage of Discord.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks.
And it's probably not a lot of the communication you had from Hen, so it should be a pretty short thread that you have there.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't pull it up in StreamYard like that. I'm gonna have to go get it off your page. Is it on your page, Toy?
Toy,
Tui?
why aren't you cooking Danny's favorite meal right now for his birthday?
I don't have a favorite meal.
One of your
I
favorites?
thought you liked them steak things.
I like everything.
Hey, you guys
No.
want to hear a funny story or no?
Of
course.
Yes, I want to hear it.
Okay.
How funny is
I think it's hilarious. Okay. So I was at work today and I was like selling someone a pre-roll. And then I like gave him the pre-roll as he was leaving. And he's like, "Oh, you dropped this." And he gave me this piece of paper. And then I opened it and there's like a note. Like, does he have a typewriter? Do you see this writing? You guys see it? Yeah.
Hold
So
on.
he wrote me a note and it says, "Dear Meredith, your smile and creative spirit always light up my day. Let's swap stories sometime. Don't change, but do call me."
Put it up there.
Look, that's a typewriter. Like, why did
That's
typewriter?
creepy.
And
Only
it smells
serial
like
killers
cologne.
use typewriters.
It smells like
Yeah.
cologne, guys.
Dang it. I was
Yeah.
trying to
Any
zoom in on
typos?
the typing and I clicked myself out. If anyone sends you a typewritten note, turn it into the FBI, Mary.
Yeah, don't touch all over it.
She's like
That is insane.
a serial killer. I'm like, oh, and he's a regular too.
I
It's like,
can
Better be
promise
using
you
tongs to hold
they
that
are
thing.
looking for him right now. Go turn that note in.
Yeah.
dude, I don't even know.
Next one will be all the letters will be cut out of different magazines.
Yeah, I was
We'll be
thinking
like,
the same
"Oh."
thing.
You're
He
about to
definitely sprayed
solve
this shit with cologne.
You're about to solve a cold case. Go turn that in.
Yeah, you're about to be a cold case. You don't hurry up.
The next letter's gonna have anthrax, I swear.
Yeah.
Well,
here's-
if anything happens to me, you guys tell the police that there's a note somewhere.
We got you.
Yeah, that helps a whole freaking lot. Go turn it in now before something happens to you.
Just sniff for the cologne, and then you'll find
Here's
it.
Toy's birthday song that she's been making. Let's
Yay.
see what this is.
Yeah.
Chat rat puff pass, happy birthday rat daddy. 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 It's a chat rat birthday, blow the candles out. Turn the lights off, grab a flashlight, then we bounce. It's a chat rat birthday, we ain't turning down. We gon' helium balloons, put some nitrous in the lounge. RATDADDY, this a chat rat song. Everybody sing along. All the chat rats, wave your paws in the air. You ain't never had a birthday party like this here. We all here for you. We all got a clue that you the #1 true crime lover. Yes, it's true. Your chat rats wanna tell you happy birthday in our own special way. It's your birthday today. Chat rat puff pass, happy birthday rat daddy. 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 Woo!
Joe, reach back, slick and side bow. Road goes on, me and one must squeeze you on next Joe. Ain't no web. So I tell it out the bro. Woo!
Very
Nice.
good job, boy. If you're not going to cook for him or make his favorite dessert, hopefully you at least got a striptease choreographed to your new song.
Yeah, this is definitely better.
Yeah, I don't think any of this is going to happen.
If Brian Albert and Nicole Albert can have sex on January 22nd, 29th, 2022, yes, it can happen for you, Danny.
Yeah, do you guys need a snowstorm or something?
She's going to be twerking on a pole to that song once this live in.
Yes, queen.
Hang on, what was that? Lorleen twerking on a what?
I think you heard me.
Working on a pole, all in 2025.
I actually
Clip
learned
that.
how to do that. It was
Mary
really good
did take
exercise.
pole lessons.
I did. I took
Yeah,
both. It was a lot of fun, and it's a really good workout.
Why is it only
Mary B,
Thursday,
I've-
Friday, and Saturday night?
Mary B, I've already got injured playing paddle tennis. I'm not doing pole dancing.
Yeah, I think that's probably smart. I don't think I could do it anymore. I think the pole would fall out of the ceiling. I had my ex-boyfriend bought me a pole to like put in our apartment, and then like we couldn't put it up because there were no studs in the ceiling. And then so we put it in storage or whatever, and then we broke up, and he took the pole with him. I'm like, he didn't want me to all of a sudden learn how to put it up and like use it for someone else, so he took it with him.
Oh,
You've got to clip that. He took his pole with him.
He took all of his
similar
poles.
stories, but it wasn't the pole that he took, but it was just as
Bye,
painful.
Sherry D. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're trying to build up some watch hours. Can't do it if people don't come hang out.
Have a blessed night, Sherry D.
Sherry D, boots on the ground. Well, she's not boots on the ground theoretically, but
Ooh,
only
Toy has
theoretically. She did a lot of modding and stuff there every single day, all day.
Well,
We're all
Toy, get the
we're all
swing out
lost
for
now. I woke
Danny.
up 3 days this week before getting ready for work and opened YouTube, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I
what
bet
are we gonna
YouTube hates it too because there's 250,000 people missing. It's like got to be 500,000 people that won't be on YouTube this week that were on there 2 weeks ago.
Well, I think that, for the next at least week, if not more, there'll be plenty of other stuff to talk about, like relating to the
Oh
case.
yeah, stuff's gonna come out slowly between these jurors.
Where did Janine go?
I don't know.
Yeah, she did the Irish goodbye. But how about Turtle Boy's? He's starting to spill some of the tea, and we found out why Paul.
Which one of y'all are underwater?
Is it
Did I know who? It's MJ.
Hey, I turned my mic off and it did nothing.
It was MJ. She was right next to
MJ swimming.
the aquarium pump.
Yeah, that was very interesting about Paul. And I
Yeah.
feel like if Karen doesn't talk about Carrie's messages, we're gonna have to wait for TV stuff to be over with, or until they get unimpounded, because it sounds like they're filing motions to get them unimpounded right now.
I see. So wait, everybody knows what Paul got moved for, right?
What?
I do.
MJ.
MJ
With
is
her
with SpongeBob right now.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one. That was.
But
Unmute your
what-
mic, MJ.
What was the act that Kanoni read to him? Because I wanted to look that act up. Was it something like?
It's a
Riot
figure of
Act?
speech, the riot act. Yeah, that just
Yeah,
means
I
that
wanna-
you like yelled at him. It's a
But
figure of speech.
I wanted to see what all the wording was in there to see why it was relevant to read that to him. But how embarrassing could he have felt?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
But I did see
MJ,
a
are you
juror
in a
on
pineapple
TikTok.
under the sea?
If my car is a
Yes, you
pineapple
are.
under the sea.
You're in a pineapple under the sea.
It's my stupid car. I don't know what the fuck is
Dude, if that's how your car sounds, you might.
Is it in the shape of a hamburger patty?
Are you riding in Mater? You riding in Mater?
It sounds like she's riding like one of those like old school red wagons.
Do you have your
Needs an
feet out the
MOT.
bottom in the holes?
Yeah. What's
No,
the
but
old she's
I
in one
did
of those
see
old ones with the
I
windows
did
down.
see I saw a juror on TikTok who looked like a young version of Jen McCabe. She didn't say anything, but she was posting like words on the screen about so glad this is over. I have a feeling she's the one that Paul was flirting with or looking at.
Yeah,
Like that.
looking at sexually.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What?
Turtle Boy did mention that there was one that looked like Jen McCabe, didn't he?
Yeah. And she's got like 500,000 likes on this TikTok that she made. So y'all might see it. I don't know, but she
Dude, this
basically
jury is
said,
thirsty.
I mean, they
They
have
all
nothing to hide. Like last time, they all felt like they needed to hide because they couldn't come to a verdict, and neither side was happy with them. But this time, they feel much more comfortable coming forward for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the first one freaking calls TMZ. Like, dude. You went straight
Well,
for TMZ.
You also heard that he got paid like $50,000 for that couple of minute clip.
Yeah, so that was smart.
I'd
Turtle
be
Boy.
calling TMZ too, because Turtle Boy can't pay me nothing. But I feel like Karen's first interview should be with Turtle Boy, 100%.
Yeah, I feel like that. But I mean, they were hanging out that night, so I'm sure he's fine with whatever.
Well, he's
That's
got Paula tomorrow night.
He's got who?
Paula,
The
juror 11.
Brazilian attorney.
Oh, juror 11. Okay.
He really wants the foreman, so I'm sure he'll seek him out.
Yeah, the foreman didn't sound like he wanted anybody to know who he was like that. Because
Give it a little time. I feel like they'll all come forward for the most part.
Yeah.
As they said that there were 2 female jurors crying when they left, and we already know Paula was one of them. So the only other one I would be concerned about is the other one who was crying. But I feel like they'll all come forward.
I can't wait to see like how Turtle Boy tells her that Peggy and Paul suck, so don't worry about it.
I don't know how much it'll help, but yeah, you know he's going to get his jabs in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, I'm
she's
just
eventually
glad they
going to
did
learn
their
about
due
what they did with
diligence.
fake victim and everything. I would just love to see an interview with a juror with all of the main questions from trial 1 that they didn't hear in trial 2. Like, how would you have felt if you would have known Arca was hired by the FBI, which some of them have deduced that. But how would you have felt to know that Brian Higgins destroyed his phone by tearing up his SIM card, going to a
You just making
military?
stuff up now.
No, I feel like they would just be like, wow. Like,
I don't want them to know anything more than what they knew.
well, I'm
because
talking about now,
we got
after the
that
fact.
verdict.
The verdict is in, we're good. I'm just saying, like, how would you feel about the
I don't
evidence
think any of
now?
the stuff was any different in the first one, except they focused on the conspiracy, which they found out was not a good idea.
But all
Because
of the
focusing
jurors
on
who
the
have come
collision
forward,
is what won the game. They
right?
won it
But
with
even
that.
Paula said she wants the FKR people to go to the DA and go to the FBI and try to get justice for John O'Keefe. So they feel like there is room to run with third-party culprit. So I would just like to see their responses, which most of them have probably already heard it now if they've gone and
And
looked up
after
stuff
3
online.
years, there's no smoking gun evidence against anybody, just conspiracy.
Well, if they wouldn't have gotten rid of their electronics,
So
that would have.
you don't want Canton police to go start conspiracy case against somebody else that's innocent.
They're not going to be able to make a case against anyone else. I feel like the
Yeah, exactly.
FBI has the ability to look into a good bit of it, but they can't pull up actual
They're not going to do anything
content.
else. I
Yeah, I
guarantee
mean,
you. because they usually don't wait. If they would have found something wrong in the investigation, they would have arrested people immediately.
Well, I feel like they felt stuff was wrong. They just don't have enough evidence to get a 98% conviction rate going forward.
Exactly.
So I feel like if the McAlberts turn
Felt
against
bad enough
Higgins,
to where they turned over Proctor's text, and that was a game changer.
if Higgins and the McAlberts start having any type of controversy, then I could see one pointing the finger against the other and going to somebody for
Yeah.
immunity.
But just weirdly enough, if he accidentally did it to himself somehow, we're just not ever gonna know now.
And the only thing that keeps me from thinking that is Jim McCabe's Google search, which I'm not 100% sure happened. But other than the Google search, the strange activity of Brian and so much, it makes me feel like there's more. But it could just be coincidence. I just don't believe it.
This is a long time for a bunch of people to keep a secret. So either
Yeah,
it'll come out
yeah,
in
but
the
it's easier
next
to
little
keep a
while,
secret
or it
when you've
won't be
got
anything
someone in the
to
hot
come out.
seat.
Yeah,
When you've
but if
got
there's
someone
nothing to
in the
come
hot
out,
seat.
it ain't gonna come out. But eventually, everything will come out. People will think they're safe to tell whatever it is they've been not telling.
That's what I'm saying. At that point, the
Yeah, but
FBI
that's
can
not
take
gonna
that
happen for
run.
a long time. It's
Yeah,
not
I'm
gonna
not
happen
saying
next
it.
week.
Yeah, and I'm not insinuating it will. This whole conversation started with I would like to see the jurors' responses to some of the information that came out in trial 1 after what they believed just from trial 2.
Yeah, it only needs to be one person to crack the egg. But if they've held it this long, they're scared of something, or there just ain't nothing there that anybody has to tell. But it's a bunch of unanswered questions.
I could think it could be something as innocent as Colin Albert getting really drunk at a party one night and spilling the beans. Like, seriously. I would not be surprised if that's how the next phase of this comes about.
Plus, we all know there's that one old guy at the bar, and he saw everything. He's been telling everybody, and everybody thinks he's senile, and they're like,
Are you
God,
talking
Gary,
about
with the
the
story
band
again.
member or the one that Higgins confessed to, supposedly?
And it's like, Gary's here with the damn story again. Tell it, Gary. Hurry
No,
up.
that's what I'm asking. Like, Sean on the Gulf was saying that Higgins confessed to someone at a
No, I'm
bar
not
one
talking about shit in reality. I'm talking
Okay.
about there's always that one guy that's telling everybody because he saw it, and he probably did see it, but he's an alcoholic or a weirdo or a psychopath, and
That's why I
nobody's
just
listening
wonder
to
if
him.
either side spoke to the band. Like, the band's called LSD, but no one wants to like interview them, or no one has said they've interviewed them. And the really big guy in the band literally walks by during that whole hollering scene with Higgins. Like, I'm just so many unanswered questions that I have.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like Tombstone said, in years and years and years from now, somebody's gonna say something. And then they're gonna be like, "Well, I couldn't say anything then." It's like, you made us wait 8 years, and now you want us to be surprised by it.
I think Colin will have to wait till his Uncle Brian dies before he says something.
Yeah, because everyone's clearly scared of Brian.
Yeah. The man that doesn't want to have to put clothes on to go outside.
Yeah,
But would take a
deathbed
bullet for
confession.
John. Like, I would pay you to take a bullet for him.
I just wouldn't
But
put on pants.
He was a police officer. You're telling me he's not got clothes and things near his bed and shoes where he can throw them on and run out?
Yeah, he's got to get up and haul ass out of there all the time. But I don't know. He may not. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing on the police force. But yeah, usually they all got that. I got to get
He
up and
was
go
fugitive
get
task
ready.
force. He was fugitive task force.
Yeah, isn't that ironic?
Yeah,
he
he
was
was like on
needed in his own front yard, couldn't make it.
His response in that interview about that's the dumbest question I've ever heard was ridiculous. But more ridiculous was Proctor's response that he would have done nothing different.
Oh
At
my
first
God.
he said maybe I would have checked a couple other cars or interviewed a couple other people earlier.
Just so I could say that I did.
He never said I would have not let my emotions overcome me and wrote these. Like, no, that was spot on, Proctor, in that interview. Like, you're a misogynist pig and you do not deserve to wear a badge.
Did some Kohlberger did that hearing decision come in?
I haven't heard.
Yeah, I don't
That,
know
Toy,
either.
do you know?
Juror number 11
Because
talked about the investigation as well, didn't she? She said that it was shoddy and it was
Well, the foreman
bad.
said it was shoddy. That was his direct phrase. Juror 11
Oh, was
said
it?
there was too many holes, and Juror 4 said there was too many holes.
Yeah, but they all mentioned it, didn't they? The fact that the
Yeah, I
investigation
mean
was
that's what leads to,
poorly.
and none of them said that they would say it was corruption versus negligence or laziness. But the whole point is, every juror so far has said it's your fault, and you're going to say you would do nothing wrong or do anything different. How ridiculous is that?
Did you see the interview with Easter? The guy that they wouldn't let the evidence, wouldn't let him come in and testify. That was
Yes,
interesting.
that was a very good interview on Justice Serve TV.
sorry, I'm looking at something. Because we're about to start watching this too, so we might as well get a little teaser on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up in Koberger so I can have more insight when we're on the panel.
Well, anyways, LYK just posted a premiere for in the morning about
what?
is this case getting continued?
Excuse me, I am in the morning.
Well, it's 7:30 in the morning, my time.
Surely there's a decision already. Then, if he's doing it must not be a decision for him to be asking that question, but we should already know.
What
Toy's
question was
saying
that? I missed
nothing new
that.
yet. Yeah, Toy's saying nothing new yet, so there must not be a decision yet.
Huh. Well, he acts like it. Well, his headline is.
Well, he's even asking, is this case going to get continued? So,
Sorry, could you just say what we're talking about again? I missed that. Sorry.
Koberger.
Oh, right. Thank you.
They had a
Yeah,
hearing the other day to postpone it so that they could prepare more.
All right.
We're gonna just.
Can we go back
Guess.
and listen to MJ Underwater while you're looking for it?
Is she still underwater?
Probably.
I'm really
Well,
jealous.
she's in a pineapple.
She's hanging out at Bikini Bottom, and we're just not privileged to it.
She's in
That
a
car
pineapple
doesn't sound
under the
right,
sea.
though. Danny, does it? That car doesn't sound right.
Well, that's because she's in a pineapple under the sea. It gives it that bubbly sound. But this Suzanne Morphew, we're gonna start watching some of that. That might be a good one to get in on the first, even though we all know he's guilty.
I'm
But-
reserving my opinions for the case to be presented at trial.
Well, let's watch.
Some major development
It's
in the
only
death
five. There's only 5 minutes. We'll start getting warmed up on it.
of Suzanne Morphew. Her husband, Barry Morphew, charged with her murder again. A grand jury indicting him on a charge of first-degree murder. He was taken into custody in Arizona today and is waiting extradition to Colorado. Now, Morphew is accused of killing his wife, Suzanne, on Mother's Day 2020. Now, he was first charged with her murder in 2021. Those charges, though, were dropped just days before the trial because of prosecutorial misconduct, which in fact led to the disbarment of the district attorney, Linda Stanley. Now, at that time, Suzanne's body still had not been found. Her remains were found September 2023. Investigators came across them in Moffat, or very near there, during an unrelated search. And an autopsy found a rare mixture of powerful sedatives in her bones, typically used as I'm glad you're with us to wrap up this busy week. I'm Shannon Ogden. Endeavor 7 is digging through this new indictment, learning more about why prosecutors decided now was the time to move forward with this case once again. Endeavor 7's Claire Lavazorio in Alamosa tonight with new details.
We're down here in Alamosa, where the district attorney formally announced the first-degree
freeze game.
Wait, there's so much that just happened in that clip that blows my mind. Like the prosecutorial misconduct and then the DA. Did they say?
Yep. Disbarred.
Holy cow.
Yep. Disbarred. This is going to be a good one.
Murder charge, just a few.
Plus, we're catching it like in the very early stages.
Danny, can you say what happened to the DA?
I don't know. I'm just learning this just like you are.
So
But
this
we
is
can,
completely separate from Idaho 4.
yeah, this is another different
Okay.
case.
Because I saw this in Discord, but I thought they were talking about the DoorDash driver, so I didn't click
No,
on it
we'll
anymore.
start it
Okay.
over. We'll start it over.
Development of the death of Suzanne Morphew. Her husband, Barry Morphew, charged with her murder again. A grand jury indicting him on a charge of first-degree murder. He was taken into custody in Arizona today and is waiting extradition to Colorado. Now, Morphew is accused of killing his wife, Suzanne, on Mother's Day 2020. Now, he was first charged with her murder in 2021. Those charges, though, were dropped just days before the trial because of prosecutorial misconduct, which in fact led to the disbarment of the district attorney, Linda Stanley. Now, at that time, Suzanne's body still had not been found. Her remains were...
So her disbarment was linked to the prosecutorial misconduct.
Yeah, this is big. Like, if we're going to talk about this, I need to go do research on this.
Oh, there's plenty of videos on it. We should be able to go back a little ways and check out the first indictment that they dropped.
Laureen, you need to go and get the notes so we all know where we are.
Yeah,
You
don't
know-
get your
you know
notes
I-
because you won't tell us what they are anyways.
You know I don't take
Oh, I'm
notes.
not talking about me. I'm talking about
2020.
Laureen.
Well, I don't want to hear nothing about no notes.
Ooh,
3.
ooh.
Investigators came across them in Moffat, or very near there, during an unrelated search. And an autopsy found a rare mixture of powerful sedatives in her bones, typically used as an animal tranquilizer. I'm glad you're with us to wrap up this busy week. I'm Shannon Ogden. And Denver 7 is digging through this new indictment, learning more about why prosecutors decided now was the time to move forward with this case once again. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio in Alamosa tonight with new details.
We're down here in Alamosa, where the district attorney formally announced the first-degree murder charge just a few hours ago, saying the team has done everything they can to take this case to court. It's been more than 5 years since Suzanne Morphew first went missing, and I spoke with one of her close friends who says she hopes this new development will lead to a conviction.
Please.
A husband once pleading for his missing wife's return
Love you. We miss you. Your girls need you.
is charged with her murder.
It just gives me Chris Watts vibes.
Man. And they all knew he was guilty, just couldn't find any way to prove it, probably.
But they just said that they found her remains on an unrelated search. That's even more concerning.
Yeah. That means that he took her a long ways away from where she was supposed to be.
Like, what were y'all out there looking for when you discovered this body?
That's something else we got to find
For
out
a
now.
second time.
Colorado as a whole has never stopped fighting for justice for Suzanne.
Barry Morphew was arrested on Friday in Arizona. He's now waiting to be extradited to Colorado. This comes nearly 2 years after Denver 7 was the only station alongside investigators, as they discovered the missing mother's remains just outside of the town of Moffat. And a CBI official confirming with me here on scene. We spoke with her close friend, Tisha Leeway. She hopes this time justice sticks.
Now, I believe that they're not going to let this go. I wouldn't even have cared if it was 5 more years, as long as they get the evidence and get the conviction this time.
New details from the grand jury indictment say Barry was the last known person to see her alive. The documents also reveal Barry told investigators following Suzanne's disappearance that their marriage was the best. Though the indictment alleges Suzanne confided in people that she was unhappy in the marriage in the weeks and months leading to her disappearance and had been having a secret affair with an old acquaintance. During Suzanne's autopsy, an animal tranquilizer known as BAM was found in her bones. The indictment says the chemical mixture
Hold
requires
on.
a prescription and is
Janine says her phone data shows she was being chased around the house.
I vaguely remember hearing something about this. But for it to be found in her bone, that's kind of peculiar because your bones produce your cells that are released into your body. So it's
He
almost
said he
like
was stalking chipmunks.
What?
Somebody believe that shit?
I
This
remember
sounds
a little
crazy.
bit
We're gonna
about
like
this.
this one.
Yeah.
We're gonna like this
But for it to be in her bones, that means like she was literally shot into the bone marrow space of her bone. It wasn't just in her bloodstream.
It's got to be a pretty good saturation if it stayed in her bones that long.
Well, it wouldn't be in your bone unless it was directly introduced to your bone.
Oh,
Because
like
your blood
the
doesn't go back into your bone. Your blood comes
yeah.
from your bone.
So when he jabbed her with something.
Yeah, like it was a deep penetration, like into an actual bone marrow space.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. He was putting his deer to sleep, moving them from one side of the property to the other. That was why he had that type
Janine,
of
wait,
stuff.
she said she got kicked. Come back up. If you know about this case, come back up, Janine.
Yeah, let's finish this.
Tightly regulated, making it
But yeah,
difficult to
same
obtain.
link.
It also
Come on.
claims that Barry was a deer farmer and the only private citizen living in that area of the state that had access to BAM at the time of his wife's disappearance. Friends like Leeway hope that piece of evidence will be the final nail in the coffin for this case.
Court hearings take a long time. We're one step closer, and I think we're a huge step closer, honestly.
We reached out to Barry Morphew's attorney for a response to this indictment. He sent us a statement which says, in part, Barry maintains his innocence. The case has not changed, and the outcome will not either. Morphew is being held on a $3 million cash-only bond. In Alamosa, Claire Lapisorio, Denver 7.
And again, this is the second time Barry Morphew has
Yeah.
been charged with the murder of his wife. And as you know, the justice system prohibits so-called
Need tombstones, and Janine just get me some video and Tori because she's been watching it. Get me some videos worked up for next time. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
double jeopardy. The Fifth Amendment protects people from being tried multiple times for the same crime. So this afternoon, I spoke with attorney Stephen Longo about how a person can be charged twice for the same crime and just how often this happens.
Explain how he can be charged again with the same crime.
Yeah, so effectively, when we think of someone being charged again with the same crime, immediately we think of something like double jeopardy, right? Well, why do we get a redo? And that's because there was effectively no dispositive outcome with the first case, right? It wasn't dismissed by a judge. It was not brought in front of a jury of his peers to invoke his right to a jury trial. Prosecutors had a little misstep with what they disclosed and how they disclosed it. And their expert testimony, which was going to back and present a lot of that evidence, was not going to be allowed by the judge. So what the prosecutors decided at that point was, let's pack it in, dismiss the charges, effectively what we kind of said, without prejudice, so they could bring those charges again.
How unusual is this?
I don't think we see it very often, right? It's newsworthy, not just because of the publicity of the case and the nature of the crime itself, but usually when prosecutors bring charges, it's because they are confident that they have the evidence to proceed to trial and secure a conviction.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one.
Is Cheryl saying she's leaving too?
Night, Cheryl.
Probably. But as you can see, we're getting close to being done. We are getting close to being done. We have
I mean, it was
22
smart for
minutes.
them not to impanel a jury. I mean, it sounds like the prosecutorial misconduct had nothing to do with it, but if they would have impaneled and sworn a jury, they would have had to move forward or double jeopardy would have attached after that.
Mm-hmm.
Night, Cheryl. We love you. Have a blessed night.
Yeah, we're gonna need some more videos on that.
Yeah, this sounds really interesting.
Which there are a bunch of them. Hold on, I'll look
Oh,
for
I'm
some.
sure there are.
We began with a major.
I gotta burn 20 minutes here.
Wait, where does this stand though? Like, I know he's been charged again. Is there an
That's it.
actual? Okay,
They
so
just
there's no
arrested.
jury and there's no trial date set or anything.
No, they just arrested him. I don't think they've even had any court dates for him because they literally a day or two
So
ago.
if Koberger doesn't get continued, Koberger might happen first.
Oh yeah, for
More
sure.
than likely. Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. Trying to find a good one.
Oh, Janine's back. She can tell us what she knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
So not much. I looked into it. It was a while ago.
A breakthrough in the case.
I thought that he was the charges were dismissed. I mean, I guess there was a trial, and he was found.
They didn't get to the first trial because of the prosecutorial misconduct and the DA getting disbarred.
Right. Yeah, and I remember vaguely. I think it was. I was looking into that, or I was paying attention to that in between Karen's trials. So I posted something in the Discord last night.
That's what I saw. Yeah. I thought it had to do with the DoorDash driver on Idaho 4, though.
It did. So the thing with the DoorDash driver that's interesting.
Bye, Cheryl.
Bye, Cheryl. Love you. Good night. The thing with the DoorDash driver, I saw a video and I was confused by it.
That was where she was up in the police station acting all weird and shit.
She didn't say anything about seeing Brian until she got arrested, like for a OUI or DWI.
Right, for something else, and then she was kind of lamenting that she had to be.
Yeah, she was working with the defense. Yeah,
I have to be a witness, and and my husband was killed, and weirdly, I think they were saying that trial, they went into a whole explanation of how her husband was killed. They were helping someone, the partner of the woman that they were helping, get into the mobile home. Her husband was helping someone, the woman and the spouse or the husband got into a scuffle with the with the partner and her husband, and then the partner ended up shooting her husband and he died, and she's a witness to that. And then she said to, I guess it was a police officer, I believe it was a female officer, and she was wrapped in a blanket. It was very hard to hear. It was very hard to hear what she was saying, but she was kind of like, oh, I saw, I have to be a witness in the Kohberger trial. I saw Brian Kohberger, I saw him, right? So, that's what she's saying. Who knows? She's the DoorDash driver. We know that the DoorDash driver dropped off around 4. For some reason, 4:04 sticks in my head. I think that the time frame for Kohberger was 4:08. It's wild if he saw her and he kept going.
Kohberger was supposedly in the back of the property from everything I've heard thus far. Is that not correct?
Well, he parked somewhere.
That he saw her and then he did that final loop and then he came back around. Yeah. But that she saw him when he saw her, she saw him.
If y'all listen to the dude that isolates the audio out of all the cameras in the area where you can hear what's going on in the house,
like the screams and stuff. Yeah, I've heard that before.
We're gonna watch all that.
And
we're gonna
the
get
thump,
it all.
like the loud thump you can hear. Yeah. I've heard
you can
all
hear
that.
him. He describes what it is while it's happening.
Could we watch that sometime? I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, we're listening to him. We're gonna put together a Kohberger episode.
I think Prince Lover is about to DM you too, Danny, with a video.
And we're gonna put together some more stuff on Morphe right here. Let's see what they say about it right here. It's a short news thing. It might explain some of our questions.
Says Suzanne Morphew's husband, Barry, is charged with her murder for a second time. It is a top story that the entire country has been following. A grand jury now indicting Barry Morphew, charging him with first-degree murder. He was taken into custody today in Gilbert, Arizona, a suburb of Phoenix. He's now being held on a $3 million bond. Ooh. Tonight, Colorado's 12th Judicial District Attorney's Office says this charge has been a long time coming.
I can tell you that our law enforcement officers have never forgotten, have never given up, and they have been working so hard to get to the place where we are today.
In the last 5 years, this case has taken a lot of twists and turns. Here's a timeline for you. On May 6th, 5 years ago, court documents showed Suzanne sent a text to Barry saying she wanted to end their relationship. 4 days later, on Mother's Day, she vanished. Her bike was found.
All right, he's
Right.
guilty. He's guilty.
Right, the bike. I remember that. So it's coming back to me. So what I remember most was I had bike in my mind, but I couldn't kind of place it. But then when they talked about the phone data, that it shows that she was like running around. So to me, he was chasing her. But I don't know how, I don't remember how that relates.
I'm gonna find it for next time. We'll go
Right.
all the way caught up.
Deep ravine in Chaffee County. And then 2 weeks later, the FBI sifted through dirt at one of Barry's job sites near Salida.
Barry.
In October of that year, Barry spoke with CBS News Colorado, and he theorized his wife had been abducted. Then, a year after she was last seen, Barry Morphew was arrested the first time. A year after that, a judge dismissed the case amid issues of improper actions by the 11th Judicial District Attorney, who was later disbarred. Then, in September of 2023, Suzanne's remains were found in Sawash County. And that brings us to today. Your reporter, Alan Janae, joining us live tonight with an overflowing bucket of breaking new details in this case.
Yeah, there is a lot. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, first thing here that we talk about is why this isn't double jeopardy, right? When this case was dismissed, it was done without prejudice. Now, that means without prejudice toward prosecutors who are allowed to bring the case back. This time under a new prosecutor from the county where her body was found, about an hour's drive from the Morphew home west of Salida. It is a new mugshot of Barry Morphew, now accused of murder for a second time, waiting in a jail in Maricopa County, Arizona for extradition to Colorado.
The grand jury has indicted Barry Morphew on the single count of murder in the first degree.
Prosecutor Ann Kelly, based in Alamosa, now has the case and a mission to find justice for Suzanne Morphew.
Law enforcement has never stopped working to obtain justice for this mother of two, this daughter, this sister, and this beloved member of the Chaffee County community.
While Barry Morphew claimed his marriage was the best, investigators found otherwise. Suzanne maintained notes of problems in the relationship, discussed plans to divorce him, and had been having a secret affair with an old acquaintance. The indictment shows a good deal of the evidence in this new case comes after the discovery of Suzanne's body in September of 2023 in northern Sawash County. An expert believed due to the inconsistent decomposition, it was unlikely the body had been there since her death. But there's no suggestion of from where or when the remains were moved. In toxicology testing, they found a chemical mixture called BAM in her bones.
This is heavy stuff, though, that's used to sedate animals, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They're quite powerful.
Dr. Shireen Banerjee is director of the Rocky Mountain Poison Center and a clinical toxicologist.
Yeah, it's a veterinary drug, and it's comprised of 3 different medicines: butorphanol, azaparone, and medetomidine.
It is used to dart animals to sedate them. Barry Morphew admitted to having the mixture because he had farmed deer in Indiana. The indictment says only one private citizen in that part of the state of Colorado had access to BAM at that time, Barry Morphew. And the drug combination could make a recipient.
No, I doubt it's for chipmunks.
Yeah,
I
that
doubt
would
you can get a syringe that small. Jeez. Poor little chipmunk. He'll be high for a while.
Being immobile and affect respiration.
Does that make sense that somebody would be unable to resist constrictions to their ability to breathe?
Well, based on one of the compounds, which has an opioid property, the butorphanol, if the dose was high enough, it could suppress your breathing, just like all narcotics can do.
In a case that has attracted so much attention, there could be nationwide focus on the new trial. Locals, too, have watched and waited, advocating for prosecution to see justice for Suzanne.
I feel like with a new district attorney leading this case, and everybody, like she said, with everybody behind her, I feel like we're going to get justice this time.
Is this Suzanne's Rita? And Dina.
Yeah, I was just
After a mess in the
say,
first
yep.
case, this second attempt at convicting Barry Morphew is getting
He's like,
lined
"Man."
up 5 years after
I
Suzanne.
think he's got a bunch of weird things he does with his daughters, and they're all like behind him and shit. And don't
Yeah, the kids are on the side.
we got to dig into that too because that's weird.
I can assure you that my law enforcement partners and Colorado's law enforcement community do not forget.
No other evidence centers around discrepancies between where Barry Morphew said he was on Mother's Day weekend and electronic data that shows at times he was in different places. Barry Morphew's defense declined our interview request and did send a statement about the arrest and the new murder charge. Yet again, it says the government allows their predetermined conclusion to lead their search for evidence. Barry maintains his innocence. The case has not changed, and the outcome will not either, said his current attorneys, David Beller and Rex Kornfeld.
Yeah, there's a lot to be figured out here in this case, and here we go again.
Yeah, and we're going to hear a lot more.
All right.
A lot here.
Alan, thank you.
Yeah.
From those last two reports you just played, it sounded contradictory, like the DA who was disbarred might have been in the county in which the murder occurred, but that the new DA who is pursuing charges was in the county where her body remains were found.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get some definite better videos to watch that'll explain it to us so we can get going. This was the driver, Janine, the DoorDash driver in the Idaho case.
So this is her interrogation after being pulled over for an OUI?
Yeah. Let's do it.
So yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah. You have to testify in which murder case?
Did we just find out about a major witness planning to testify in Brian Kohberger's upcoming murder trial? Through body cam footage from an unrelated DUI stop 2 years after the killings of those 4 college students, people online and Brian Kohberger, a now 30-year-old PhD criminology student at nearby Washington State University. And with attorneys now preparing to head to trial, it's just around the corner in August, a supposed mountain of damning evidence lies in front of them. You have a K-bar knife sheath with Kohberger's DNA apparently on it.
I mean, if he's trying to look creepy, I mean, he's doing a good job at it.
Hang on just a second, because there's some questions in the chat about why he wouldn't have been interviewed, and it doesn't mean he hasn't been interviewed by, or she hasn't been interviewed by the
Let's
defense.
answer him in the chat. Let's answer him in the chat.
It takes
'cause I
me
got
forever to
8 minutes.
Dang it.
Exactly. Answer him in the chat. I'm law tubed out for about 6 months. I don't law tube so much law tube. How much law tube could a law tuber law tube if a law tube could law tube? But he is creepy, dude. He got to stop being so creepy.
Cell phone pings.
Maybe they should get him some glasses or something to lighten him up. Something.
Placing him near the scene. Surveillance footage of a white Hyundai Elantra matching his car. Also, there's been a report of a surviving roommate who might have positively ID'd him in the house. But now, there is one question that remains. One that could potentially turn this case completely on its heels.
Come on with it.
And that is, there is an unidentified woman, reportedly 43, 44 years old, that according to News Nation, she's only referred to as MM in court documents, who claims she was the DoorDash driver that dropped off food for Xana at the home at 1122 King Road that night in Moscow, Idaho. It was reported that she had received a food delivery about 10 minutes before the killing, so right after 4 a.m. Now, why is this coming out? Well, it turns out there is a police body cam video that has been posted to the YouTube account Officer Axon. They apparently publish police videos through public records requests. And this is reportedly from September 2024. So you're talking about 2 years later, out in Pullman, Washington. Again, Kohberger was a PhD student studying criminology at Washington State University in Pullman. And this interaction with police centers around an alleged DUI stop. So it's not related to the killings. However, the woman in this video says in an interview room, as she's covered by a blanket, DoorDash driver. So yeah. And the officer asks, which case? She responds, the murder case with the college girls. I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him. Wow. I know. So people online, they were quick to make the purported connection here, right? Question, of course, is this true? Is she credible? If she testifies, what does this mean? What did she see? Hey, everybody, this is a lawn crime legal alert.
I have an opinion on this.
Potential witness.
What would she have seen?
So she DoorDashed something at 4 a.m. Is that what they're saying? Something is open in Idaho at 4 a.m. to get food from?
You asked that question, but there
They did it all the
are
time.
corresponding orders on the phones of, I think, Xana, if I'm remembering correctly. But yes, there was a order requested.
Wow, they're moving on up over there.
Yep.
And she testifies to what she observed. It's certainly a bombshell in this case, and it puts Brian Kohlberger right
Jack in the
at the
box,
murder
boy
scene
said.
when this happened.
Obviously, you're right. I mean, you're obviously right. She could be making this up. It's obviously a massive case in that area. Maybe it was a way, I don't know, to get out of trouble. Sure, 100%. I totally hear you. Having said that,
we'll get some more good videos on instead of watching his interview. But we got like a minute. Mary B.
Yes.
The new song's 2:32.
What time is it, Danny?
Well, we gotta figure that out. We're trying to land this baby
2:32. So that's gonna be
from 420 zeros.
17
28.
28, yes.
27. But there's also a 2-second delay.
All right, so let's do.
I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all goodbye now because I don't know when Danny's going to cut us off. I love you guys.
In 30, in 1 minute almost. So
See you all again, guys.
1726 or 25
Yeah.
or what?
25 is a nice even number.
25, 232. There's a 3-second delay.
Danny,
Yes, ma'am.
can I just say good to see you all again and hi before you cut me off?
Great to see you too.
Love you, little miss.
You got about
Same to the chat.
MJ, I hope you have an oxygen tank. Happy birthday, Danny. Love you, Mary B. And everyone else is gone. So y'all have a good night.
3.
What time is it, Danny?
1.
Puff, puff, pass. True crime chat rats. Let's go. Puff, puff, pass. True crime chat rats. All across the world, we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap. Cause we coming through like that. When you see the scene, I'm a rat. I be rolling with my rat pack. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Where it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. True crime social where we be every night, doing everything we do for the truth. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Like it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. All my people on the internet, all my people from around the world, gonna take you to the place we know best. Cause we're coming through like that. Puff, puff, pass, true crime chat rats. All across the world we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap. Cause we coming through like that. When you see the scene, I'm a rat. I be rolling with my rap pack. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Where it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. Puff, puff, pass, true crime chat